on. Welcome
Hey
to
guys.
ThornBridge X Unfiltered, to our TBX studios, and it's our open discussion night, and we can't wait to get started.
Camera's down here now. Hey guys.
Happy Saturday night. Our first open discussion night. We're so glad you guys have joined us.
So which episode is this?
This is 4. This is so exciting. We've had so much fun, and we're overwhelmed by the amount of support and awesome comments.
Can
And
I do my thing?
yes, you can do your thing.
Are you ready?
Yes. Can you believe it?
That?
In 1 week, we hit 1,000 subscribers, you guys. We
We're
were
so
excited.
humbled. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just incredible. The amount of people, even after we're not even on live on air, people are sending messages and warm wishes, and we don't even know these people, but we do now. I mean, it's like we have 1,000 friends now. It's
I know.
it's a strange feeling. I love it.
This is a really cool community, and we can't thank you all enough for joining us. So tonight we're going to get into the Nancy Guthrie case again. I think overwhelmingly we've asked online, we've asked through X. Well, not directly asked, I guess. We keep getting responses of, I'm so confused. I'm so overwhelmed with all the stuff that's happening. We got a tremendous response from the tips episode that we did on what the FBI gets and processes the police, and that Glenn put together. It was awesome. Everybody was really, we had a great response from
I'm
that.
still kind of upset. There's so many tips, and it's not about the amount. It's about what they're doing with them, and not, I guess we're not worthy to know, I guess, what's happening with all that. But
It's a little strange that we're not being updated as a public. I try to be understanding. I feel like you do too. We talk about it, together. We talk about it with our friends. It's like, look, I understand we're not supposed to know everything. That's how an investigation goes, and that's how they keep it tight and presentable to, I guess, a judge. It has to be able to go to court and get whoever did this put behind bars and for a long time. So in order to do that, I understand that the evidence and all the other information that we're hungry for probably has to stay quiet. What I don't understand are certain things that either your brother-in-law, our brother-in-law, has said that is a little confusing, why it's not open to the public. And that's kind of what tonight is all about. We just really want you all to tell us what you're upset about, what you feel should be brought to the public's attention and should be open to the public, like how many tips they're still getting. I feel like that's an odd thing to keep quiet, but
so how are we going to do this? We have a few topics we want to talk about, and then we'll monitor the chat and try to bring some of those questions to the table, I guess, too. And this is kind of just a free-for-all tonight. It's an open mic night.
do you have the link that we can put up for people to call
I
in?
will. I'll do that later when we'll do like a panel. If one person calls in, we'll just do 2. But if more people want to come in, we'd like to have several and do like a panel discussion.
Yeah, we would love to have you guys.
Because I guess I'm curious too, like what people's questions are, what's bothering them about this. I mean, I know there's a million things that bother us all, but your top 2 list, I guess, of things that drive you nuts, like porch guy video, that's it. That's all we got. All the video cameras around the house, and that's it.
I put together a little thing that I'm confused about, and I feel like we should have been given a little bit more information about the searches that were done. And I don't know. I have a couple graphics that I put up. Let's see. What are we saying? Most everyone is confused with Nancy's case,
gosh,
unfortunately.
yeah, I know.
I think I mean, I think it's baffling. And I think part of what's baffling, I think, to most of you and to me, I don't know about you, but is how do you have the public so involved, from live streamers to quote unquote the full weight of the FBI.
Hey,
And
Alex.
hey,
I think we have this automatic thing helping
I
us
know
here.
we have all of our friends checking in.
It says
It's
Criminal
good to
Network.
see you guys.
I put his link on there. If you haven't checked out Criminal Network, that's a definite one to check out.
And yeah, I think somebody mentioned the Uber driver. There's a few things that I'm a little curious as to why that's still considered closed, or what am I trying to say? Sealed information. But one of the things was, back to what I was talking about, is the searches at Annie Guthrie's house. And I put together something, and somebody actually wrote me this evening, and she's been really active in our comments section and online. I hope she's here tonight. But she put in a question. She was like, "Did you ever see the video of the coyotes the night that they were searching at Annie's house?" And she was like, "It would be really worth it for you to watch." And what's funny, or I don't know if it's funny, but interesting, is that when we lived in the country for a long time in Texas. We lived on almost 60 acres there. We had a ranch with horses and cattle and
coyotes.
And coyotes. And we had to be very mindful of them because they can hurt your livestock. One thing that we noticed is a pattern with them is that anytime they hear sirens at all,
or the train,
I forgot about the train. Yeah, if they hear the train whistles, they would go insane.
But definitely fire engines, police,
and it's
ambulance.
a little creepy, but that night, so that everybody's clear, that's what was happening. I won't lie, it was still eerie. But can you play that clip?
Yeah, and you can talk while.
Yeah, it's actually JLR's clip.
Dude, that's coyotes out here, man.
And he's got it pretty loud so you can hear the sirens and the coyotes.
They want to turn it up.
Yeah, you may want to turn it up on your end.
Oh yeah, it's my.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw more flashes. Did you see the flashes?
Okay, that's a siren.
That's a sign.
That's a siren.
That's actually a
You saw a flash?
Yeah, there's lots of flashes. They
Yeah, your sirens
Yeah.
and coyotes.
pictures in there.
Interesting that they're taking pictures.
And it was right when the sirens were still kind of faint that they were, doing
Kinda
that.
looked like
It was just
on
horrible
the front hood
sounding.
of on the SUV there,
But
towards the house.
I wanted
there,
everybody to know that
occasionally
that's
see
what was
lights
happening behind
flash.
Annie's. Is they could hear the sirens. They were going off. I'm not going to lie, though. It was still totally creepy
Yeah,
and totally
that
eerie.
could be an explanation.
Yeah. And then this, also from JLR, this was all the same night. So this is February 7th. And these are all from the same clips. This is actually later, 2 minutes later, one of the news casters came on and put up their huge lights so you could really see Annie's house illuminated. But you could still see in these clips, and you guys may want to go back on replay and rewind and watch this, or go to JLR's directly. It's February 7th. And you could see the flashing of lights. And Criminal Network, I don't know, Alex, if you were there that night, but it was crazy watching the lights.
Big light.
I mean, flashing
that.
off in the background. So I think a lot of us were wondering, were they using luminol, especially having all the lights off in the home and just, flash photography happening. So it's kind of crazy, but
this
you're
is
welcome.
the other
She
part of
said,
that.
thanks for clarifying. I was thinking it was something much worse. Well, look, I mean, my husband and I have been outside when we've heard, I didn't know that rabbits, when they're being caught, sound like children screaming. That was terrifying. So we learned a lot of things living out in the country. But, oh, you weren't there that evening? Okay. Yeah, it was crazy because I was watching it live and we were like, why is there flash photography going off? And then there were a lot of people in the chat saying, I really think that they're using luminol because that's what they do, is they go at night so that everything can be pitch black. And the interesting thing about it was that it was not only in the house, it was also in the garage area as well.
So you want to finish this up? This is the second part of that video.
Yeah, so this is the second part of the video. This is about, I would say, like 3 or 4 minutes before the end of this particular clip on February 7th. And you're going to focus on the plant in the foreground on the far right. And you're going to notice a brown bag come into scene pretty quickly. So you'll just focus right there on the back end of the truck to the right where that plant is in the foreground, and he'll play it.
Yeah, it's the right back door of the vehicle there.
There's somebody
You
here.
see the bag right there.
Somebody.
It was a brown paper bag and like cardboard or like a poster board or something.
He gets his camera a better angle.
Came out with poster boards or something. Some sort of board.
And I went back and looked at other
They're
clips,
leaving.
and you could see the brown paper bag that was put in there as well. So there was definitely evidence being collected of some kind. And just for clarity on this portion of the evening, hey Sikorsky, hey Velvet Unicorn, everybody's, oh my gosh, we have so many people. I'm excited. So do you mind showing that timeline? Can we like share screen with that, or is that a whole screen thing? I put a timeline together just because I don't know why this
Let me see if I can find it.
in particular stood out to me so much, but it was really kind of frustrating to me that it was like nothing to see here. It's totally normal to search a property 4 or 5 times. So here let's see.
I have the pacemaker, your map.
Hey, Erica, Sandra. Hey, everybody. Just Jaylene. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. What's that?
I don't have anything called timeline.
It's the Annie Guthrie's house search.
Oh, is that the one we just made?
Yeah.
Keep
It should be
talking.
on there. It should be totally easy. I'm sorry. I'm looking at another screen so I can see the chat up closer. So feel free. This is open discussion night. It's not just me discussing what I'm frustrated with. Feel free to put in the chat any questions you have. We'll see. We put in some graphics like to pull up in case somebody asked about certain things. But this is a night for you guys to talk about what you're frustrated with the Nancy Guthrie case or any other case that has come to the forefront that you all want to talk about, but you can't find the graphic.
It's been located.
Oh, it's been located. Oh, there it is. Okay, so February 4th. Now, if we all remember, January 31st, the night of going into the morning of February 1st is when Nancy first went missing. So Wednesday, February 4th is the first search of Annie's Tucson residence by the police and FBI. And then it shows Friday for any of our listeners that may not be watching. Friday, February 6th, so 2 days later, authorities were also briefly at the property. Then we had Saturday, February 7th. So this is the next day. Police and FBI returned for a second, more intensive consented search. So this is that night, the video that we just showed you. That was the night of February 7th. And there's also been, people in the neighborhood were telling JLR that the neighbors were saying that the police had already come by, were asking certain questions. Had they seen anything unusual? And then Tuesday is the last point of the timeline on here, which was February 10th. And that was, a few days later that FBI and local law enforcement canvassed the neighborhood. And when I say the neighborhood, we're talking about a 2 to 3 block radius, if I'm correct, because I know that they went behind Annie's house and talked to those neighbors. And that said, that was a door-to-door deployed search with rescue teams, including SWAT, bomb squads, to search nearby areas. And let's see. Let me see if anybody has any questions. Frustrated with everything about this case, LOL. Yes, we are, TJ Wheeler. Let's see. Kaylee Ray, I'm curious if there have been any sightings of Annie and Tommaso, or are they laying low? The last I saw was, I'm trying to think. I think that who was it? Was it JLR? It was one of them when I think Alex may have been there. Alex may have been there that day when somebody went up, some girl went up and knocked on the door, and it was a security guard, or let's see. I literally just left my DNA all over the like button. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. But I think, Alex, weren't you there that day when somebody went and knocked on the door, and it was like some lady that answered the door and said that she's just security and they're not answering any questions? So I don't even think they're at their home anymore. They spent more time there than at Nancy's. I know. That's the part that's really bothered me. And I wish, oh no, you're fine. MAGA Mama, you're totally fine. You're not late. We just got started. We just showed a clip from February 7th on, it was from JLR's site. And it's when he was there that night at Annie Guthrie's house. And there was a few people that had asked about hearing the coyotes. And if you go back later and you want to watch the beginning of the episode, you'll see and hear that there were sirens, and that's why the coyotes were going off. That's just a normal behavior for them.
You can play that part again if you want.
Well, yeah, go ahead. If there's people that are joining
Anybody
us.
that missed it. It's
Yeah,
just
anybody that missed it. Yeah, go
the
ahead.
sirens we think that set the
I'm
coyotes
still at
off.
work waiting on my relief. Okay, so if you can't watch, then just turn up your volume a little bit and you can hear this.
Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's Mike.
It's kind of crazy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw more flashes. Did you see the flashes?
Okay, that's a siren.
And he was just talking about the coyotes. So
That's actually a
it's like literally
Yeah,
like
there's
2 or
lots-
3
lots
seconds
of
before this
flashes.
that you hear him kind of go crazy. But
As if somebody's like
this
taking
night
pictures.
has stuck in my mind for a long time because I think they had already, and I should probably check that out. I think they had already confiscated her car for evidence, or collected, I should say, not confiscated. What do you call that?
What do you mean? Taking her car from her?
I guess, well, whatever. I feel like
We're
there's a
not
technical
fancy
term.
here, Jen. Took.
I feel like there's a technical term for it. Okay, 4th, Colella call date, 6th day after the first deadline, 4 million. 7th was the second note, and 10th was the day after the deadline for the probably coincidence. See, that's even creepier. I don't even know if I brought up that. Analyze that, Doug. I appreciate that. That's very interesting that it kind of corresponds with the searches. Very, very interesting. Impounded. Thank you. See, I knew there was a technical term. Thank you. Analyze that, Doug. That was definitely a crazy night. Yeah, I think. Were you watching it with me that night, or was this when I was still laid up?
You were on some good drugs too.
I had just had major surgery. We should clarify.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you just ended the whole thing.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so I should clarify. Yes, I had just had major surgery, so I was stuck in bed when they seized
That's
her
another
car.
good word,
Thank you.
confiscated.
Yeah.
Seized,
So-
confiscated, impounded.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
I still like took.
I feel like I need a nap, but I'm too amped about this case, and this whole thing has been just nuts. So, is there anything else? Okay, well, while we're on this subject of Annie's house, do you mind pulling up the map? Because I have another graphic.
Chris
And,
talks truth. A lot of people are talking about this suspicious white box truck with no plates taking pictures of houses. Problem is mainstream media doesn't cover this. I know. I've got a few things to show a little later that they did cover, but not all of it.
That white box truck. Now, that's recently, right? That they were taking pictures, or was that before the incident?
Chris talks truth. When did you see that?
Because I feel like I've heard recently that there was something like that. Yeah, they sound like a pound when they hear something. Yeah, I know. The pack of coyotes, they do this weird
Dogs.
crying, screaming. Ugh. Took is the best though. LOL, I agree. Yeah. Well, Chris, if you remember when that was, because I feel like I heard about a white box truck as well, like
Yeah, it took
before she was abducted, was spotted twice now. So recently, like
Twice.
within the last month, it's been recently and throughout. That's really creepy.
That's weird, unless it is the
'Cause
FBI or something.
I think
but
I heard that somebody actually from the neighborhood went up and tried to like confront the person, or was like, you don't have any labels. Who are you with? Why are you taking pictures of the house? And the person tried to make it sound like it was legit and was like, what do you mean I don't have any tags on my car? If anybody else knows that story, I would love for you to call in and talk about it, because last week, most recently, that is okay. So it was recently. Ow.
Wow.
That's really
I
weird.
haven't-
The
I thought I was keeping up with everything.
reported before. See, that's what I thought. So now is a white van, and white box truck, is there a possibility that somebody is saying white van for white box truck, or white box truck for
Yeah, I
white-
don't know. Because van lines means big trucks. So Like in
I picture
our other
white
case,
box.
they keep saying van, and then it's kind of that Ford Econoline thing, not a moving
And that
van.
tail walking by is our grand dog.
We've
That's
got
Ike.
the house is full,
The
so if you
house
see
is,
people walking by or hear
our oldest
things,
son came from Texas
there's
to
6 of us
surprise
here
us. And
tonight.
so we've got Ike. Are you going to say
He's our
hi?
old cow dog.
So yeah.
Are you an old cow
Hi,
dog?
Guy. You can come up and say hi.
He will too if you
Yeah.
don't. He's very well trained. There you
You can
go.
say,
Oh,
he just went in my lap.
he thinks he's a
You
lap
can say
dog.
hi. Okay, but
God.
so you're ginormous and you think you're little, but you're not.
He's such a good dog, though.
Yes. Although when he shakes, he sheds off like 5 dogs, but that's fine. There was an actual box truck. Okay. The van is a van. The box truck is huge. Okay. That's very interesting. It was a moving truck. Okay. That's weird.
Is that Vagabond?
Because I know that,
Yeah. It's
it's a
seen
white box truck.
twice.
It's been seen twice in the last week, and each time they've got a picture of it. It's a white box
green
truck with a
stripe.
green
That
stripe
helps.
on the driver's side with no tags.
We need to look into that.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
There's so many of these little things, and I feel like surely the police or sheriff's department is looking into these things. If we know about it, they obviously.
But why would
know
they be
that, I
taking
think.
pictures of her house? I mean, is it just a nosy Nancy like we would, or like I would?
Maybe they
Huh.
think, hey, this house may be for sale soon or something.
Yeah, I know.
But a white box truck with a green stripe, that's pretty specific.
And the other thing that's interesting to me about this whole Annie Guthrie thing is at the same time, if Alex is in the chat still, I also know that hello, Jen and Glenn. I'm at work. I'm an assistant
Oh, you need to tell them about
in
your.
the Irving facility on Saturday evenings, taking care of elderly. Oh, Pebbles, I wish somebody had been doing that for Nancy. Thank you for doing that. That's awesome. And with a small E on
gosh.
it, like it was an
Special
enterprise.
place in heaven for you, Pebbles.
Okay, so it had like it was an enterprise truck at one time. That's interesting. Cindy Cohen said.
So don't forget to tell people about your big shindig tomorrow. Is it?
Oh, Sunday night, and Alex is here supporting me, and I really appreciate that. He was like, "You guys are doing great. I love your new show." He was so complimentary. It was really nice. But we're going on Patriot Pride, or I am, tomorrow night, and we're joining him with Adam and Mike have an amazing panel. It's going to be Alex, DeJuice, and I don't know why, but they invited me, which is a really nice compliment. So we're going to be talking to Richard. Richard wants to talk to us. So I was kind of surprised that Richard even knew who I was. But anyway, he said it's going to be kind of an open mic night for us to ask some questions to him. So I hope you all join us tomorrow. And but anyway, back to the Nancy Guthrie neighborhood, and I'll tell you all more about that at the end too. Do you mind bringing up the map?
I guess so.
I guess so. Okay. So do
Wow.
do
That's a
any of
good
you
map.
remember the map? If Alex was there that night, I hope he's still in the chat. He may have gone, but I think he was in the neighborhood with JLR when Annie supposedly handed out a map to the neighborhood, or not handed out, but through the neighborhood chat, and said, if anybody knows of anybody that has cameras along this route. Now, if you look at the key that I did, the light aqua blue that goes from east to west, that is Annie's route. What's interesting is that the rest of the map, you'll see that there was this guy called the Geo Profiler that was on the interview room, and he was awesome. And he was talking about how he helps law enforcement figure out in abductions and kidnappings potential routes for where the abductors would have gone. And this was most of, he had the red part that you see up there. That was the optimal route that he believes a kidnapper would have taken. This to me, I don't know why this is baffling to me, but how do you know what the optimal route is? Like optimal route to what? Is what I kept asking.
I don't know.
Like optimal route to me would be
That looks like the least
open-
optimal route.
I
What if
don't know.
Chris from the interview room said that those roads are like spaghetti poured out.
Oh, out of her neighborhood? Yes. So the little house graphic on there, that's Nancy's house. And then for some reason, this blue map, portion of the map, you guys, that's what Annie said was where they were looking for cameras. But if you notice, it goes from like Annie's house. I'm trying to figure out, to me, if I was trying to play sleuth or play detective, I would think that the optimal route would be to dumping spots. I mean, I would think Saguaro, the
It depends on the timing of
desert, the lakes,
her condition.
the mountains. Well, I mean, if we're still going on the assumption that they're trying to keep her alive, would you have taken her in a neighborhood? I still think it would have been like a remote cabin or somebody's, I don't know.
But the baby blue, that's
Annie's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
so
Annie's
random.
route.
I don't get any of
Route
that.
with the least amount of cameras and surveillance would be the optimal route. See, that's what he didn't clarify, unless, if you remember, did you watch it, analyze that, Doug? Because I kept waiting for that to be the aha moment in the description of the optimal route. Because, and if he said it, then I apologize to the geo profiler because I didn't hear it. I was like, why is this the optimal route? And I kept feeling like he was saying, what? What did she say?
How would
she know the route?
about?
How about
they tell us the route took her home?
That's exactly
Yeah.
right.
How do we from their house to Guthrie?
None of
Nancy's
that
house?
has been public. Maybe they need to look at the opposite route. Exactly. Okay, so Jody Lynn's saying that made no sense to me. How would she come up with an exit map? I can't believe no one heard any screams. I can't see Nancy not screaming. I mean, I thought that too, but quite frankly, my house and even our last house is pretty quiet. I mean, we could hear coyotes screaming, but you're talking about a pack of coyotes in your backyard. I don't know about
It's just really crazy.
2:30 in the morning or something. It would be kind of hard. But the thing that didn't make sense, Jody Lynn, to me too, is where did she get that route from? I feel like if that was a route that the FBI presented to the family is, look, we need you guys to, if you know any of these people that own these businesses or you know anybody that lives along this route, then, let them know that we're looking for any camera footage. But why would that be up to the family? Wouldn't that be up to the FBI or Pima County Sheriff's Department, like putting out a memo to the public, I don't know, in a press conference? Like, hey, we're looking for this route. Anybody, any of these businesses, we're also hitting those businesses on foot. But if anybody knows these people, please let them know it's at the utmost importance. Like, I don't feel like we heard any of that. I'm talking about Nancy screaming. No, I know. I'm saying it's kind of hard for me to hear outside my window. And sometimes I'm dead to the world. And their houses are, what would you say the lot lines are on those? Because we were builders for 20 something years. Because her lot is at least an acre, right?
I think so. Right around there, a little under maybe.
So what would you think the space would have been between those homes?
Well, I think we can actually watch a video and you can kind of see it.
Okay.
The neighbors on the sides are much closer than the one behind her, for sure. The one on the right side, if you're facing her front door to the right, their whole backyard looks right down on her driveway.
Yeah, but that's the point, though. It's the backyard. It's the garage. That's separated from any bedrooms. That's my thought.
The other side, I think it may be a little farther away. I mean,
right.
Alex
So if you're in the
there,
bedroom on the other end of the house, I don't know. So question, have you considered northbound routes from Nancy Guthrie's house? What did she say? I've looked at some and it seems you can snake through, Oro Valley without running into cameras. I don't know. When he said it was the optimal route, he didn't clarify. I assumed what Analyze That Doug assumed is that it's because it had the least amount of cameras, but the least amount of cameras to get to where?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
the whole thing is crazy because we don't know anything.
And June pray without ceasing. Exactly. Also, why is her house Annie's incorporated in the roots? That's been my question. I don't understand why. my only assumption would be that Pima County or FBI somehow said to Annie and Tommaso, this is the route that we're most concerned with. But then if that was the route most concerned with, why wouldn't that be out to the public? We need your cameras, like they did for the neighborhoods. As I understood it, it was not intended by Annie as an exit route, rather a route of places that Nancy frequented that might have cameras. Okay. And that was from Yellow Dogs. Yellow Dogs, that is so interesting that you said that, because I wasn't even going to say that tonight, because I told him, I thought I heard that somebody said that that was like her nail salon and all the places that she went to. Why are we assuming that Nancy's like,
I don't know.
yo, man, I know you've got me tied up here, but I really kind of need to get a fill. Like, why are we going to the nail salon? I'm sorry if that sounds mean. I feel that sounded ludicrous to me. So that's why I didn't even bring it up. So obviously I wasn't wrong. Somebody else heard it too. And why haven't the police asked what route T took her home? And let's see if he's been on cameras. I'm assuming that they did that. And I'm assuming we're not being told those things because that's evidentiary. That's all I can think. And a time would show up but probably too late now. I don't know. One of the other interesting thing on that map, do you mind pulling it up again?
Oh, the map.
Yep.
Is
There's a specific address. Do you see that big, huge red, pin in it?
5830 North.
Okay, so I looked that up, and I'm not going to, this was on a map that was public, so I'm not doxing anybody. And it's public who owns it. What was interesting is that person owns a hair salon that's associated with that, and it's a guy.
And that's what that is?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Annie's house was the starting point. I would have to say they're looking from some type of tail or stalking. I mean, that's what's so creepy about it. And what's interesting is it's east to west. And I mean, I don't know. Elementary school. The
stalking
to
thing
me, I would think it would be more north to south, mountains, the lake, south to the desert. I would, if I were somebody that was abducting somebody, I would think you would want to go to less populated, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these people are trying to, maybe in population is less conspicuous.
See, Cindy Cohen, I agree. Hopefully they've done that. Like Tommaso said, this is the way I went home, and they've seen some camera somewhere to prove that. I mean,
I would assume.
The Uber driver on the way there, they've got it.
I would have assumed they would have taken the mat. So, and you know what assume does?
Do you want to do...
Makes an ass out of you and me. What? Look.
Looks like, in my opinion, Annie just implicated herself in part of the plan. How did she know they were...
And yet we're supposed to,
what I said.
Don't look over here. Keep...
whatever that blue line she drew for the Facebook group, I would think, don't look at that area.
What does Chris always say on the interview room? Follow the bouncing ball. And for any of you that are too young to know what that means, back when we were growing up, if there was a sing-along on like Romper Room, Captain Kangaroo, they had a bouncing ball that would do like the chorus, and it would help you stay on rhythm with the song and the words.
It would bounce on the words there.
Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like he's right. Like it's follow the bouncing ball and don't, but yet we're going, look over here. Look over here. Like we're not supposed to follow the bouncing ball. What?
Yeah, I don't trust anything at this point. They've lost public trust, which is an issue. Well, that's why I go back to the tips that have come in. The answers are already in their office, I think. When you have 40,000 plus tips, there can't be 40,000 people are wrong.
Yeah.
Somebody knows and trying to get the money, and they've given the tip. How else do you do it? You call it in on the tip line.
So for those of you listening, watching, or both, I'm very curious, like what do you feel, in your opinion, would make you feel or would have made you feel? Because I feel like at this point, it's kind of like when you have a friend that betrays you, you want to still be friends with them. But in the back of your mind is always that they could, backtalk you or, talk behind your back again or betray you.
You never
So
know.
I feel like it would be very hard for law enforcement to gain our trust in this case again. But having said that, what during the investigation would have kept your trust? Like what could they have done for you? Because I know you kind of came into this case later than I did as far as being obsessed. So what
A
in
few
your
weeks.
opinion, as a guy, I really like that too, because I feel like sometimes
Well,
me as a girl,
I feel
I'm a
like
little more
first of
emotional.
all, and maybe there's a reason. Again, I don't want to talk bad about the sheriff's department, except for what happened to
That's not
Alex
what
was
this is about.
ridiculous.
I mean,
By the way, I'll just say it out loud. It was completely hilarious when they were arresting Alex, and he wasn't fighting back. He was just standing there and he locked his legs and watching these two little pissant.
I don't know if it was hilarious.
It
I don't
was
think
funny.
Alex thinks it's hilarious.
Well, it wasn't funny at the time. And I look back at it now, I watch it over and over. He literally was just standing there going, "What am I being arrested for? What am I?" And they could. That one guy said, "We're gonna take him down." They couldn't do it. They're like 4'8" or whatever.
We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to bring up bad things.
And he
but
was just standing there. I don't know.
the point is that I think a lot of us feel like, something could, okay, I think it's someone close to the family, but not in the family. They framed Annie and Tommaso to make them look bad. That's an interesting theory.
You know what?
Did you hear that the FBI on July 1st stated?
Wait, Jen,
What?
we've got over 130 something people in here now.
Okay.
I'm curious about that because I hear a lot of people that say they think the family had something to do with it. And we're not saying Annie and Tommaso. It could be any family that's on the Guthrie side, I guess. Can we do a poll? Like hit 1 if you think the family was involved, maybe didn't, allegedly, and 2 if you think they're not involved. Like,
Yeah.
just curious if there's really a swaying towards it being family or not.
Yeah. So 1, if you think family's involved. 2, if you think it's a different entity. Let's just see in the chat.
Because I heard, I think it was Chris from the interview room the other
Mhm.
day. We started watching some of his older 3 or 4 months ago stuff, and just statistically, they're like the last person to see him,
We've got 1, 2.
the first person. There's a lot of ones.
Yeah.
That's shocking to me. And then the
Really?
last person to see him, the person that called it in, he like started naming the 4 or 5 things, and they're all Annie and Tommaso. Or
So
Tater and Bader.
1, 2, and everything else is
see,
one.
wow, look at that. I don't. Wait, who was
That's family was the patsy in my opinion, and it worked. Interesting.
See, analyze that Doug though.
2, but
he's
close
2.
to the family, like Chris McDonough's theory on Annie's contact point.
I just see videos of them as a family eating out and stuff that was only a month or 2
Teresa's
before, and
too.
everything was fine. And I just find it so hard to believe, unless, you could say, well, it was an accident. Something happened and they panicked or whatever, but thinking, well, who my sister is, we can't be caught doing this, or I don't know. I don't know how you get to the family doing it. I'm a 2. But
Oh, thank you, June. She was like saying like, comment, and subscribe, and sharing helps our algorithm. I really appreciate that. They lost all trust, Nellie says, when they chose not to collect the damn doormat. I'm kind of with
Yeah.
you. And analyze that, Doug, exactly. Court of public opinion. And I feel like that's why I wanted Brian on, his brother-in-law. If some of you haven't seen that episode, you can go back and watch that. That was our
episode 1.
yeah, except our sound was off. So I promise I sound like a horrible interrupting cheese. And I do interrupt, but
But you can't
that-
tell the sound was off watching it though.
it looked bad though. I looked like an idiot.
No,
but
it
it's
did
fine.
not. Oh my God. You're so critical.
But
of
no, my
yourself.
point is about having him on was I wanted somebody that wasn't completely
Do you need a hug?
involved. Do I need a hug? I always need a hug. Ike is hugging me.
Yeah, I can't move.
I liked when he was analyzing it from a homicide detective's perspective without being so entrenched, like Analyze That Doug was saying, is that I feel like sometimes we get stuck in a certain path and we can't, and anybody that throws a new theory at us, we're like, nope, it's the family. It's the
Darlene
family.
is right.
And
They released that scene so fast. I was blown away. And then they came back twice or 3 times or whatever. Then the FBI came back and did the front porch thing. And it was just like, what is going on? It's the Keystone Cops.
well, I think what was shocking
If
so
that
much,
were any of our families, we would be, well, I know how you'd be.
oh yeah, I would have been putting up tape. myself.
If you ever need a hospital advocate, just call Jen.
I think because the shocking thing about that, about the house being released, was there's nobody going back. Like I asked Brian before we had that episode, our brother-in-law who's, retired homicide. He said the only time we usually do
Sherry
that.
Bell is his wife.
Yeah, that's my sister-in-law.
Yeah.
That's Glenn's sister.
And actually, what she just said, if you don't mind, I would like to bring up
Both
this.
ransom notes are fake, and one of the ransom notes stated that Nancy Guthrie died by accident. Was that today? Because the latest, this is their last statement that I saw.
This is from a couple of weeks ago when all that was going back and forth.
This was last week.
Yeah, the FBI. This is the Phoenix office,
Okay.
whatever they call the little sub offices. The FBI and its task force partners have received several ransom notes over the course of the investigation. This is where it gets funny. Some have been determined or deemed to be extortion attempts without legitimacy. Others,
Hey, Adam.
ransom demands may potentially be legitimate and are still being investigated as such. This case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. That's a little telling, that one sentence.
But if Sherry,
The FBI has and will continue to offer all assistance possible in the investigation. However, local authorities remain in the lead.
don't get me started on that either.
I mean, so the ransom notes were fake for sure, except they could have been real. Except they're fake. Except they're fake.
Well, Sherry, if you saw something like in the last 24 hours or something where they have now said that they're all fake, please let us know. But back to the house being released, what was interesting that Brian said was that normally they hold on to it for as long as possible for obvious reasons. Because once you release it, it is now contaminated, right? I mean, that's it. Any evidence that you gain or gather afterwards is no longer admissible. Really.
Was it really 28 hours they released the scene?
Yeah.
I
That's
thought
correct.
It was like 2 days.
No. And well, yeah, it was a little over 2 days. It was under 3. It was crazy.
How can that not be suspicious? Is exactly right. There's no way a major scene like that is released that quick.
Yeah, I think it was 28 hours. I think you're correct. And what's weird about it is, from what I understand, they will try to get as much evidence as possible. And Brian said to not lose faith in that. I don't think any of us are gaining it back, but he said, you know what?
It's going to be.
There really is, I'm sorry, Ike is on our lap. There really is a chance. Are you talking? There really is a chance that they did get what they needed. I have my doubts. But having said that, his point was they would normally release it if there were family members like children, a wife, or somebody that needed to get back into the home. They were having to stay, in a hotel, for example.
Yeah.
So in this case, with nobody, I'm sorry, the tail. How do you talk about a serious subject with the tail? I think having said that, with nobody needing to come back home, Glenn, that's the problem for me. There was no reason.
Nobody needed to get back in their homes. They weren't there. That would have been great if she needed to get back in her home because she would have been there.
And Ike is exiting the room.
He's out.
So it's really odd to me. And then let's see.
Lexi's kind of.
I didn't think the family at first. Things have happened since have made me skeptical of them. I think it's just hard not to keep going back there. And I know that he said they're cleared, and he said they're cleared, so they're cleared. The problem I have with Pima County saying it is nothing. The problem I have is that the FBI hasn't backed it up. That's my problem. And people ask the FBI in other press conferences.
Can I switch gears real quick?
Of course. It's open discussion.
I found, we've all seen there's nothing any YouTuber can't put on now that we haven't probably seen at least 7 or 8 times.
Diamond Girl.
But I always search out when it's a video, unless it's old. Like one of our the second show was such an old case. There was no video news reports that were, over 420p.
Yeah,
they were horrible, but whatever. So this is a video of the home, and I can stop it whenever you want me to. It'll start going here in a second. I just felt like it was a good quality, and the vantage point of it, like that's the garage, obviously. And it'll show the neighbors. It'll go all the way around. It shows how far that back door really is from the driveway. That's not an easy route. And the pool is blocked off from the rest of the house without going through a major gate, which you pointed out they were really looking at that gate area of that pool.
Okay, so yeah, it'll come around here in a second. And somebody, can you do a poll on whether there were 1 or 2 perps on that night? Absolutely. Um, put in a 1 in the chat if you think there was one
What?
person,
What did they
or
say?
a 2 for more than 2 people that committed this crime. Absolutely, let's do it.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, no
yes.
one is going to want to be in the house so soon after that abduction. I thought it was absurd too, Nursey. I thought it was absolutely absurd. That's a great word for it. It was absurd. So this angle, you can see the back door area underneath the porch. And if you're looking right there, the back door is to the left of that bookcase. And that's the door in question from what we understand. Okay, 2 or more. Yeah, 2 means 2 or more. I do too.
So 1 is you think the one person did it. 2 is
Hey,
more
Church is
than
here.
1.
Hey, Mike. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry, I have a big screen over here where I can see things. Otherwise, you're going to see me and my readers the whole time. So, not
Has
that that's
anyone
bad.
talked
It's
about
just-
how beautiful of a home this is?
I know. This whole area is really
You can
beautiful.
tell the roof's been replaced recently, new air conditioners, the landscaping. I mean, it's Phoenix or Tucson. It's hard to keep grass green. Look at that.
It makes me sad 4. I mean,
Well,
4
yeah,
people.
really.
I mean,
get it.
honestly, Doug, to your point, I mean, it could be 2 perpetrators that actually carried out the physicality of this, and maybe 2 more behind the scenes that were orchestrating it. You know?
Tell me where the cameras were on the casita. Is that the
Okay.
what's sticking up on that top right corner?
So
there?
where you see that
rain
palm-ish type plant, Glenn, right above that, this is what.
Between the window and the door?
Yes. Okay. At the very top of the roof, though.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
On the edge of the roof line.
I
That
see it.
that particular, that was like nails on a chalkboard to me. I couldn't unsee it. I think I was screaming at the television. For those of you that didn't catch that, there was a camera that the original quarantining off the whole property did not catch. That was later by the FBI. They're up there unscrewing this
Oops.
camera. How do you not see that?
Because they left in 28 hours. That takes a while to
But
scan.
no,
a whole
I'm
house.
sorry. To me, that's like, why are you not canvassing a roof either for a sniper? Like,
They
you would
must
be
not
up there
believe
looking
that she
for
was
anything.
taken at that point.
It's
And especially look how clean the roof is. It's not like it's
but we're
debris
scrolling.
hiding
We
anything.
were back at the patio, the door. Remember, I was talking about that, and then you were asking about the camera. So that back door, yeah, right there. So that back door was propped open. Now, when they said doors, I think what we figured out finally by people like zooming in on that porch area, because there were, I don't think you saw it, there were actually a few drone shots that got really zoomed in. And you could see that it also had a security screen door on that back door. So
it's not 2 exterior doors.
well,
then,
there
right?
are 2 exterior doors, but
Oh.
in my belief,
The propped
is
open was
the propped open was that screen door and that door.
They were both one transition to the home kind of
Correct.
a thing,
But
separated by a
that
few
seemed
feet.
to be where most of the focus was. Anytime, I mean, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but the videos that I watched when the feds came by, they were all focusing on that corner of the porch versus the
Right.
other back door
that
that
corner
we could
that
see.
we can see on the left
Right.
side. Yeah.
And okay, Patricia's. Oh, hey, Patricia. I have one question for anyone in here that can explain to me that the first phone call Savannah Guthrie made was to a senator over the CIA instead of calling the hospitals. I think there's a cover up by the government. I mean, I don't know if I can rule anything out. I want to say that that sounds like something we would see on some, episode of X-Files or something weird, but I don't know anymore. I mean, I have, I'll be honest, for a long time, I've been like, these people are nuts. Like, the government's not involved. Who's going to steal Nancy Guthrie? And I don't know anymore. I'm Patricia. I don't know if I have an answer. Sometimes you can find a news report in a different country that has more information. You know what? If my sister is watching, she is the first one to go, have you looked at 60 Minutes Australia? Like, apparently they put in a lot of information. And Preston is texting you.
Oh no.
That's funny.
Dinner's ready, I bet.
But it's very funny. But no, that's very interesting. I don't know. But that back door, I believe that's the two propped open doors. That's my belief because that seems to be where the feds were concentrating. And then that gate that you can see if you're facing the back of the house. Now, see, there is a little small door there. And I got to see, I mean, like I said, I've been slightly obsessed with this. So that little door is more like a potting room. It does not, from what I understand, it does not connect. I don't think there's another door on the other side that connects to the garage. There may be, but it doesn't look like it from what I've seen, but I'm not 100% sure. So I don't really think that that would have been an access point is my point, because that does not go into the home. Now, that gate right there seems to be the largest focus. I think that was propped open by a flower pot as well.
To the driveway?
Correct. And, you know, I don't know if some of you were in the other night, but when our son, who's actually here right now from Texas, he's a firefighter. And I asked him some questions about if you were to go and get somebody out of the home that was in their 80s, that made the 911 call, but was not able to open a door because they think they're having a heart attack and they live alone. He said they would not go to the front because that would be like an open invitation to anybody in the public knowing that that door was not secured, because they would have to more than likely break through it, and not like, you know, break it, but undo hinge it or hitch pins, or whatever those are called.
Yeah.
And then use a screwdriver. They have all sorts of tools on their trucks to get through the doors if they have to invade in the most least invasive way, I should say.
I'm not saying the neighbor could see her driveway very clearly through all the brush and everything, but the back of that home faces her.
No, I think especially at night, Glenn, if you look at a different angle, yeah, that angle, you can see there's trees that block their driveway. There would be nothing you could see, in my opinion, at night.
If you were hanging, I guess at 2:30 in the
I
morning.
mean, you'd have to literally be crawling through the trees, in my opinion.
But even if they heard something, I mean,
That's the back of their home. I don't think that's anywhere near their master bedroom.
Well, we don't know
or
where there is.
primary bedroom, whatever you're supposed to say now. I always get it wrong. But the only other thing is in this perfect stop right there. So you see that gate coming from the pool? I want you guys to go back and watch.
Oh, I should have got that. That would have had.
And I believe I saw on the video that the feds were there and they stopped right there at that gate, and they would not stand in front of it. They were standing on the sides of it, on the pool side, not the yard side. And they were looking at something on the ground. So you see how there's steps that go down and there's like the flat area before you hit the gate?
Yeah.
That is the spot where they literally were standing on either side of it, looking at the ground, focusing on it. And then when they went to leave to the yard side, they walked around it. I'm like, what would have been on the ground that they didn't want to step on it? That was kind of creepy to me.
Yeah, Pebble's a good point. All the technology we have in our homes nowadays, and they don't have anything.
Well, the other thing that's very confusing to me is that Nanos told all of us that there were cameras inside and outside. They got the porch guy, but they didn't get anything off of the other cameras, supposedly, allegedly. And that camera that was left on top, I mean, I don't know. It seems very odd that nothing was caught. And he said that there were images, thumbnail images from before the event and after the event, nothing during.
Have you seen that?
So I guess it goes to that.
Alyssa Bickham.
Mm-mm. What did it say?
So
So that leads me to believe that maybe there was a jammer.
Looked like porch guy had a drone in his backpack.
I've heard several. I think they were talking about that on Patriot
Monk's
Pride.
finds the most incredible things.
Well, but I think Patriot Pride talked about it before Monk's video.
Oh,
I think Mike and Adam talked about it possibly being a drone, like the weird shape of it.
yeah.
But the only thing that makes me think it wasn't was, like, some people said his stance when he bent over to go get the pieces from the bush looked really weird. I think it's because he was afraid of the backpack flying over the back of his head. And that can happen even if you have a blanket in there. Like it's
Yeah.
awkward. The weight of it's going to fall forward when you bend over. So I think he was bending to the side so that it would go to the side versus over his head. But it still looked like the weight in the backpack seemed to me to shift lightweight, not heavy. It didn't seem, I think, I mean, at least the drones we have are kind of heavy. I would think that,
Well, we have them in cases. The actual drone isn't heavy, but
yeah,
yeah.
but you're going to have it in something so that it doesn't screw up the blades and, right? Wouldn't it have to be in a case?
Not necessarily.
And
I mean,
yes, Shih Tzu mom, there was a dog that was barking, that was the neighbor's dog barking from behind. And it was about the time that the police have given as a possible time frame. So yeah, their dogs heard something. So, I mean, for all we know, maybe it was Nancy crying or screaming, and only
see,
the
there's
dogs
the
heard it.
power lines, which I believe is on the property line. Like they run that easement, the electrical easement at the property boundary,
Okay.
or close to it anyway. So her house is kind of up against it, but there is a home to the left, which is behind, up on that hill, on the cul-de-sac behind her road.
You can see the outline. Alyssa's saying you can see the outline. Oh, of the drone? Well, then maybe I'm wrong. I just felt like the way he was carrying it felt like it didn't look like it was that heavy.
Well, the little wings fold in now, and
Maybe they're more lightweight than I think. I don't think we have a timeline of who's
see
to say all the
the
timelines.
cul-de-sac
I
up at the
know.
top.
I agree. That timeline
I mean, she's
has bothered me
surrounded.
from day one. What, Glenn?
She's surrounded by homes and people, and
Yeah, but look at the distance and look at how we are with hearing people. Like we would have horses, we would have cattle.
we don't have
behind us.
neighbors, and I can still hear people sometimes.
But honestly, I also think that has something to do with topography. In
Oh,
Texas,
that's for sure. Yeah.
in Texas, sometimes it was harder to hear because it was flatter. And I feel like it's pretty flat here. Here, where we are in the Ozarks, there's a lot more topography, and I feel like things echo through the valleys. So that's just my opinion, but I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But imagine how much more footage the FBI could have recovered if nanos had let them in. I mean, don't. I know. Ugh, the whole thing is so frustrating. And then, oops, the cameras that were taken, I don't know. So somebody's saying that they believe that she went right to a neighbor's house.
Yeah.
I don't know. And how can your neighbors not help an 84-year-old woman? I don't. Guys, I really am feeling more and more, and tell me if you all think this too. Like maybe there was a gag order. Maybe people have been asked to sign like non-disclosure agreements, like NDAs or something. Because the fact that her friends from the church group are not willing to talk to anybody about, yeah, I called Annie at, 9 a.m. or, I mean, why would you not want to reveal any information unless you've been specifically asked, legally asked not to? I feel like at this point, 5 months later, a courtesy would not be obliged much longer, don't you?
Yeah, for
I mean,
sure.
it's kind of like the news. The news was asked out of courtesy to not share things about the notes, and they didn't. And then all of a sudden, one person leaked it, and now everybody's leaking it. I feel like that would be, don't you feel like that would be the case with a neighbor or the church ladies? Like, I'm talking, it's been 5 months. Like,
Did you maybe, I don't know. There were some boxes that got delivered earlier. I didn't see what
our
was in it
son
yet.
showed up and surprised us last night, so we've been kind of busy. I'm so sorry.
I just saw a truck come in, and maybe that. I hope so. Yeah.
Well, if they used a Wi-Fi jammer, it would jam the drone's Wi-Fi connection also. Does that eliminate the Wi-Fi jammer theory? What was in his pocket? What was the controller for the drone? I mean, I don't know. National security would not need a judicial gag order. Well, I don't, even if it wasn't a judge, what if it was just an NDA? I mean, we've had businesses where people have asked us to sign NDAs before. When we lived in Texas, they didn't want us saying who was staying at our Airbnb or whatever. We had some people that thought they were celebrities, and some of them were, but we signed NDAs. So maybe it's something as simple as an NDA that's not a judicial Gag order?
I don't know.
I don't know.
See her pool equipment to the right? There's just so many things. I saw him looking around in there, though. There's so many nooks and crannies of this property.
I know. If you want to believe Chris
28 hours,
if
and
you
they were
want to
done.
believe first ransom note with details of the Apple Watch and $4 or $6 million payment demand, fair enough. The second note admits she's gone. So how is anything after the first note considered ransom? Thank you. How is Kalella's note considered ransom? To me, ransom is, I've got the old lady. I want this much money. And if you do XYZ, I'll give her back. Or if you don't do XYZ,
And
I'm
here's
going to
a
do
picture
this.
that I have her to prove
But
it.
I'm with you. That's not a ransom note. It's very odd. And Kalella's note was, did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting for the transaction on our end. How is that a ransom? That's not saying I've got your old lady. Did you get the Bitcoin? I'll give her back to you once we get it.
And look at this place.
Like,
The
none of
steps
it
up to
makes
the
any
pool.
sense.
Steps down to her bedroom, it looks like.
What are you focusing on?
Just all the different levels there. And she wasn't exactly, what do they say, ambulatory or whatever?
Yeah. She had mobility issues.
Lots of steps around that house.
I
I'm
think-
sure it's from when she was younger. They put all that in.
I think most of us were thinking, like, what's this? If it was you, I mean, guys, I think of things in a different perspective sometimes than women do. And I'm interested to hear your theory. Where do you think, or why do you think the back doors, the gates were propped open, but then they took her out the front? I mean, I feel like there's a logical explanation for it. And I think most of us have come to that conclusion, but I do want to hear what your initial, if you can remember what your initial thought was on that.
I honestly wish they would tell us if the front door was locked or not. Like there was a deadbolt looking thing. Like if that's locked, I don't know. Maybe they would take her out the front and someone locked it from the inside and then they went out the back. Like none of that would make any sense. That would immediately make me think, oh, that's someone that really knows her and knows the home to be locking doors behind people. Yeah. They're related or something. But the blood on the front porch to me means that was the way they left, or she left anyway. So I don't know what the back doors being propped open.
With the back doors, yeah.
I don't understand. Why would they prop the back door? Maybe they have changed plans. That get the back doors propped open, something happens inside, and they go out the front. Or there's more than one person, and someone says, "We're not doing that. We're going out the front door."
Oh, Sherry's asking again. We did see that, but Glenn put up the note. She's saying maybe we have a techno glitch. I don't know. Are you guys hearing us okay?
Hello.
Hello. But yes, if you can hear us. Uh-oh. I hope we didn't lose anybody.
No, we're on.
Oh. No, we saw it, Sherry. He was saying, Glenn said, we were trying to figure out, like, when did you hear that? Like in the last 24 hours? Because they did come out with an FBI statement saying this, and this is...
Yeah, Reuters came out, whatever it was, a week ago,
okay, thanks, guys.
7 days, that the ransom notes are not real. They're fake. They were just deemed extortion attempts. And then TMZ came on saying they find that shocking because they've been dealing with them. They're the ones receiving them, and they felt legitimate. And then why did Savannah at that point feel that they were real? I mean, to me, that means the FBI was thinking they were real for Savannah to think they're real. She's not a dummy. And then they came out the next day or day after that saying, oh, well, there actually could be real. And then this came out from the Phoenix office that they're not real, but they are real, but they're not, but they are kind of. And we're still treating this as a kidnapping for ransom case. There's a reason they put that in there, right? And they said they will continue to offer assistance to the local because the local authorities remain in the lead. So why are they making comments about the ransom notes if they're not in the lead? I don't know. It feels like somebody take control of this.
Well, not only that, why is Nanos constantly saying, I'm not talking to the Guthrie family anymore. Please direct all your questions to the FBI. I feel, I know I've said this and I'm sorry if I say it ad nauseum. I feel like I've been given the worst invitation ever to the Mad Hatter Tea Party. Like, or I'm in the Hotel California and I can't get out. Like, don't know. It's
See,
just nothing makes any sense. What's another idiom or another analogy rather?
this is what we were talking about the other day.
The Twilight Zone. Just nothing makes
Chris
any
talks
sense.
truth. Colella's note to Annie and Tommaso came out before the second notice. Text, did you get the Bitcoin? Means there was a conversation previously discussed. But now they're saying he was just a
Correct.
crazy person.
And then now I'm hearing that some people believe that there are parts of his court case that are sealed. I don't know. I would love to know that for sure. I still haven't cleared me either. I haven't cleared him either, Magma. But I mean, he himself has said that his attorney has tried to get the warrants. So has Carlos. His attorney has also tried to get a copy of the warrants. Neither one of them can see them. They're sealed. And then there was
that's not how this works.
Lee Quest said something before that. Can you go up to her first? It's can you scroll down or no?
Yeah, I can do whatever you want.
There it is. Full moon didn't complete.
Let's put it up on here.
100% until February 1st around 4 p.m., but it was already 99% bright January 31st, Saturday evening.
Okay.
My point, the timeline may not be accurate. They could be in the house late Saturday night. I don't think a lot of us think that timeline was accurate at all anyway.
Which one? Revision 1 or 2?
Yeah. Were they at the house at 11 or were they there at 11:56? I mean, I feel like we're being treated like children and like we're dumb. I mean, the press conference was all of these major news networks saying, excuse me, you said 11 o'clock yesterday. Oh, well, we've changed it. But why did you change it? We're not discussing that.
Well, this is Chris Talks Truth. Again, he's right. It's like.
Plus, if you notice, every ransom note that came out went to media.
That's not how it works.
That's how ransom notes work.
That's what I've been saying all along. They're like, in today's day and age, it's a safer way to do it. What?
Well, I told you my theory on that. And it's because of my graphic for the FBI and going to their tip line and how to give a tip. It says that it's anonymous. It specifically says in small writing, that does not mean it's not traceable. I think nobody trusts calling the FBI. That's my opinion. I think that they found out that there's this weird loophole that if you give a tip to a news station, that you can put in a fake email address. It does not have to be a valid email address. So it could be Mickey Mouse at, I always say something lewd, go whatever.com.
Careful, there's a buffalo behind you.
And yes, there is.
I have to admit, I come around the corner sometimes and I go, wow.
Stop. So you can put in a fake email address is my point. It's not traceable because it's a fake email address. You can put in a fake name and then put in your tip and the news station will read it. So going to those, unfortunately, that also means that there's no direct communication with those people, but that's how they wanted it. They wanted it to be public, which, I mean, excuse my French, but this is what I've been saying from the beginning. Whoever did this is a fame whore. This is somebody
Easy,
who wants,
Jen.
well, I'm sorry.
God.
I know it's crass, but that's how I look at it. I think this is somebody who wants the fame and they want it however they can get it. And I think part of it was Glenn, one of the lawyers from Harvey Levin's thing, the Two Grumpy Lawyers or whatever it is called, Two Grumpy Men or whatever it's called.
Grumpier Old Men?
No. His show, his podcast. Somebody
I was
knows
on the movie. I'm sorry.
Anyway, he said, I don't know why they didn't leave a ransom note at the scene. What? Are you really going to take a sheet of paper that has your dog's hair on it? I mean, look, I've probably got Ike's hair all over me. Your dog hair, your daughter's hair. There's some touch DNA on it, something. I just feel like that is like a very, very bad idea with the technology that we have now.
The interview room did a wonderful breakdown of.
To your point, I don't know. Maybe
they
I'm
did.
wrong. I feel like there's so many opportunities to get caught by calling the FBI, by calling the police and leaving a quote unquote anonymous tip. I don't think anything that goes to them is anonymous. I guess unless you had a burner phone.
See, Chris Talks Truth again. He's on the same page we are. Everything goes back to this underground weirdo music scene. These people are strange.
It's a bar called
Don't say the name, give him props.
Yeah, I won't. But
It's
anyway,
Meat Hook is the name of the bar.
so
Because
gross
they
if
hang
you look at that
themselves on
picture.
meat hooks.
Oh, okay. Well, isn't that giving attention?
Yeah, but they don't know where to look.
Anyway, yeah,
Don't
Tommaso
do
played
that.
there. Colella played there. The promoter was DJ Mojito, not Mojito. And
Really?
that's how ransom works, Nursey Skins. Meaning what? Like leave it at the house or call an anonymous tip? I don't know. Yeah, Michelle is saying she agrees with me too. I don't, that's my opinion. I think if you're going to try and get away with it, one of the largest kidnappings in the world in history, you're going to try and not.
This isn't the largest, but
Well, I mean,
it's the
Chris
most
Chris
focused
McDonough has
on.
been doing this for a long time, and he keeps saying it's the largest kidnapping case since the freaking Lindbergh baby. I mean, that's a long time ago. But another tactic to leave as little DNA as possible is to prop doors open so that you're not touching them multiple times. Okay, thank you, Church. Or Adam, whoever's writing that. Yeah, oh, it's Adam. Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially with the double gloves. I mean, I think we can all agree that there was a thicker glove underneath because you don't see like outmarking of knuckles or fingernails. Barbecue. That was a little abrupt.
Sorry.
Like and subscribe, guys. So
That was a little in your face. Sorry. I noticed this coming up in the chat a little more than I wanted it to. Also, sorry.
that's hilarious. Well, does anybody want to call in? We can put up the call link. I think Glenn's getting it ready, so we can put that up. We would love to hear from you. That's the whole point of tonight. We wanted this open discussion where everybody is putting in their questions and ideas, and there's no dumb ideas. There's no right or wrong answer. I think we can all agree that this is the most bizarre case that any of us have ever seen. And I think we want a clear path to an answer, and I just don't feel like we're getting it.
I just emailed Adam at Patriot Pride Official. And if he wants to come on, we can try to make that
if you
work.
look at if you look at previous kidnap for ransom, they leave a note at the scene. Also, a kidnap for ransom is rare. Well, that's right. But I feel like, is that from Murder, She Wrote? Like a kidnap ransom note at the scene? I mean, besides John Benet Ramsey in the 90s, that's the last time I've ever heard of that. And yeah. I hope I'm not saying that about you and your opinion of this. I'm saying I feel like there's so many ways to leave your touch DNA or something on it that if they did do that, then they really would have been dumb, in my opinion. So when that lawyer said that, like, I don't understand why they didn't leave it at the scene. I'm like, really? Maybe I'm an idiot, but I would think that any part of your home, work, vacation home, anything that connects you to you, I mean, what would you have to do to get no DNA
I know.
on a ransom note? Go to Walgreens, get some paper with your gloves on?
Well, he felt like wearing 3 sets of gloves.
Well, I'm saying seriously, let's be honest here. You would have to go to Walgreens or the Dollar General or something with gloves on and a hazmat suit to not get any possible touch, trace, anything on that piece of paper. You'd also have to buy a brand new pen that also didn't have anything. Now, here's another point. Where are you going to write this said note? In your car? Well, that has your DNA in it. Are you going to go out to the middle of the desert and prop it up on a rock and just hope that, that doesn't link you to a certain part of the Saguaro Desert?
Another tactic to leave
I'm sorry
as
I'm
little
being a smart
DNA
aleck,
as
but I feel
possible is to
like
prop doors open so that you're not touching them multiple times. Yeah, that could be an excuse why that is.
I feel like I'm being a smart aleck for a reason, though, because I feel like they've already told us that they can take the filter out of your car and go, oh, you went to this part of the desert from the particles that are in it. Like, I just feel like that's very, very hard. Oh, thank you. Thank you, church. I feel like it's very hard to not leave your DNA now where they can find it.
I don't know.
Tell me a scenario. Tell me a scenario where you can write a physical note. I'm being legit. Like, give me a legit scenario where somebody can write a physical note and leave it at the crime scene and not get anything on it that could trace it back to them.
Well, they had to touch things in the house either way.
They were covered in stuff.
Right. Well, why couldn't they have just...
I mean, honestly, I don't know. Their shoes and everything else, I would think that would have left something in the house too, but they left the mat.
They could have...
They could have wiped
They
their
could have
feet off.
turned her computer on and sent an email from some other place where it was on when they came in. Or if she had an iPad or anything.
Stop making sense.
Well,
That
it's
that
my
actually
criminal
is
mind.
very logical. So they could have used their gloves and done open up a Word document and written on it.
Well, from another location.
I am the
Emailed
kidnapper.
it to her, but they probably didn't know her.
No, they
email.
wouldn't emailing it.
But
from-
either way, if they didn't leave it at the scene, they could have sent it to the FBI directly or to the family directly or...
that it wouldn't be traced to a friend, an office, a library. Like they're going to go, oh, that person was in the library. I need to see the videos from that night.
Get a burner phone, drive to Georgia, do it, and then drive back.
Trying out a new look tonight, LOL. On who? They were wearing gloves. Why not leave a note to begin with? I don't know. Maybe you're right. I feel like even with gloves on, writing a note, I guess, would you get the piece of paper from her house and the pen from her house and then use your gloves? But then,
it's a good point.
wait a minute. If you wrote the note with a pen, then you're leaving your penmanship. So handwriting can be traced. It would have to be like you said. It would have to be, which is very logical, and I feel stupid. But I guess you could have done it in a Word document. Like
you got caught even worse now,
What?
Jen. Analyze Doug. Make her write it.
Make the abducted write the note and use
That's how
paper
you
and
do
pen
it,
from the
of
scene.
course.
Okay. You guys see, now I feel really dumb. So I guess you're right. There's multiple ways. But then, are you really waiting for the 84-year-old to wake up and put in her hearing aids to hear you ask to write a specific note?
Can she write the note? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what condition she was when they got out. Unless maybe it wasn't the actual crime scene. Maybe the crime scene was at the other house, i.e. the garage. See, I kept wanting to believe, like, say, we know they've been cleared. This is allegedly, but say it was family. There were a lot of people going, what if there was just an accident at dinner? Well, here's the problem with that. Google made the mistake of coming out after the images were released, and the still image that they released, they specifically said was from the beginning of January, from early January. Then all of a sudden that was scrubbed. It was deleted. You couldn't find it anywhere. And Nanos was going, I don't know what they were talking about. And then it was not even like a few days later.
Yeah, I remember that.
Not even a few days later, they're going, by the way, the neighbors are telling the live streamers that they're being asked for any camera footage from January 11th. Well, hello. So there was reconnaissance. This was not an accident that went wrong and then a cover up. This was a planned, horrible, horrific abduction of an 84-year-old woman from her comfortable home that she has been living in by herself after her husband died, raising 3 children to successful lives. This is the worst, most horrible. It's inconceivable to me. And somebody planned it. The act itself is indescribable, let alone freaking planning it.
Adam, are you where you can come on, or is it just too much work to get your stuff up and going?
This is more complicated than it has to be. I know. Like, I just changed my profile photo and made a banner on my channel. Oh, I'm going to have to go check it out, Sikorsky.
Yeah, that was on.
It's become a thought of mine lately. What did I miss? What did Sikorsky say?
Holly Dolly said something.
What'd she say?
I don't know. Do you see it?
There it is. What is the reasoning of releasing the scene so soon? What does law enforcement know to do that? I mean, honestly, that's what I was asking Brian.
This is so good.
And he said, thank you for asking that. This is where I feel like I just can't settle. Like I can't settle my brain on just one path because one tugs me this way, one tugs me that way. So I keep thinking, okay, calm down, focus. So Why would they have released the crime scene that early? I mean, let's think like a detective. And Brian said there's a large possibility that they got exactly what they needed. The other possibility is that, and
That's right, Chris. They're not cleared.
didn't Brian say that there's a possibility that they also do it to see what happens?
Yeah. Well,
So that could be from family, that could be from neighbors, that could be from delivery people.
it is strange that most of
Like, see
the
what happens. We're releasing the crime scene. See what happens.
professional people that, detectives, my brother-in-law included, without having a bunch of information up, he may have changed his mind now that he's got more details, but initially, because he's done hundreds and thousands, well, not thousands, but hundreds and hundreds of cases, homicide cases, he was on the M squad in a major city, seen
You can say
everything.
homicide.
I did.
Mm.
But I didn't say the
M
M
squad.
squad. He immediately went to the family. Like, it's always somebody that, or somebody close. And keeping it simple, stupid is true. Like, it's always someone. And then hearing Chris from the interview room, I feel like he's the same way. Like, who's the last person to see? Who was the last person to call it in?
Follow the bouncing ball.
Yeah. And
Or
it's
he always
like,
says, I haven't
yeah,
left the
but
house.
for people like me, it's so hard to go, no, your daughter wouldn't do that. Your son wouldn't do that, or whoever, cousins, brother, who knows? There's more than that in family, I'm sure. Or someone related to them through work, or her yard person, painting the roof got redone, the air conditioner, the pool guy.
It's just
I saw a video yesterday, the day after this happened, that sprinkler line shooting water up in the air.
right.
And they called a sprinkler repair guy that was there traipsing all over minutes after the home was
Right.
released. So there's water
pool guy
and
was
walking
there.
around with chemical, chlorine. I mean, you want to clean something up?
Yes, they're sweeping away while they're checking out I guess we found it's not septic, it's a
Can't
water
make it up.
catchment tank. But whatever that tank was, it was like, okay, don't mind the pool guy cleaning up in the back. So okay, let's see. What are the other questions? I have always thought that the ransom, this is from Hester Prynne. Hester Prynne. Isn't that from the Scarlet Letter? I have always thought that the ransom was him talking into the camera, and the FBI has never told us that.
Never told us that. Yeah. Well,
I don't know. I feel like it's somebody that's a fame whore. I'm sorry, I know that word isn't popular, but that's what I think. I think they just want fame. And it would be very, very interesting to me if it was somebody that was extremely jealous of Savannah and wanted to hurt her badly, and it had nothing to do with money or anything else, just pain.
oh, Sikorsky cleared it up.
It wouldn't surprise me. What?
The Holly Dolly comment. She's
Maybe
saying
it was
maybe it
never-
was never at the actual place
I've
where the crime occurred.
wondered that myself, and that's
you were
why
a big proponent of that for a while because of.
Well,
let's see if I can find that.
I told you guys, anybody that's here from our first episode, I was mortified. I won't lie. I mean, I kind of, tucked my tail between my legs, hung up the phone and went, never mind.
If you
I
wanna
called
start talking
Dolly
about it.
and I was all excited. It was like one of my very first phone calls ever into a live stream. And I said, I have a theory. And this was probably 48 hours after the video of the porch guy came out. And I said, I've watched it over and over again. And I know this is going to sound weird, but I feel like it's staged. And he goes, what? And I go,
he thought you were nuts.
he did. And I think he pretty much as much said that. And I said, let me explain. I feel like the whole getup, I feel like it was meant to look like what we had in Texas, which were, they identified themselves as Venezuelan gangs that would come in masked. They would wear the gloves and they would do robberies in homes. Now, mind you, nobody was injured. Nobody was abducted or kidnapped during those raids. They were taking watches, purses, expensive pieces of jewelry. It was strictly for the things. So I felt like, why would somebody do that to go in And honestly, I was on the path of, was this random? Did somebody just go to steal something and then all they took was the old lady? That doesn't make any sense. So when Nanos came out and said, no, there's nothing missing from the home except a human, that didn't make any sense to me. So then I went, wait a minute. They don't do that. In fact, I watched a recording right before we left Texas about a year ago. And there was it was a home invasion at that point because there were people home. The kids had stayed behind, but they were up in a obscure bedroom watching movies or something. So all the rest of the lights were off in the home. Well, they went to break in the back window, came around the back of the home, and there happened to be a camera inside that caught the whole incident. But once the kids and the dog like started freaking out, they left the house. So they didn't stay. They didn't try to steal anything. And I brought that up to Dolly and I said, I just feel like this is meant to look like one of those gang members. And I feel like it's meant to throw us off course when it was probably potentially a hit job. And he basically laughed me off the screen. And then here we are, and we still don't have a lot of answers. And I feel like that could possibly still be on the table.
I'm going to bring this up, and then you can also remind people what you're doing tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I think my brother is responsible. And I never wanted to say that, but Richard was camping near Nancy's house during this all. And I tried to call in on Dolly Vision show, but had what? But had no luck.
Yeah, sometimes you can't get through. He's got a lot of
Interesting.
people calling it. So I don't know how you
So
say.
when you say
Mathis,
Richard, do you mean the Richard that
Mathis.
is going to be on Patriot Pride tomorrow night?
Is Mathis Richard's
So you're the
sister or
brother.
brother?
Are you a sister or a brother?
Can't tell from the.
I appreciate you
Ooh,
coming
that makes
on
me
and
hungry.
talking
Yeah,
to
green
us
beans
about
and
it.
beef there.
If they don't have a suspect, how can nobody be cleared by Cindy Cohen? I don't know. And that's what Brian said. Brian said that they don't clear people what they say unless, well, sometimes they did. He said, but it was made very obvious why. But generally speaking, he said there have been times where they have led the public to believe that the course of the investigation was going in a certain way when it wasn't. And because it's, as as one of our kids says, it's none ya. In other words, it's none ya business. So, I mean, could be. Let's see.
I'm
I've
putting the
seen you
link up now.
before,
If
and of course, he said because you never call in. Well, I mean, in all fairness to whoever this person is, yeah, I don't want any fame. I'm his half brother. Okay, well,
if you want to call in real quick, we can
we'd
get
love
on
to
here
talk
because
to
if you
you.
couldn't get through on Dolly, it's a little easier to get through on our channel for
I
sure.
don't want any attention. Okay, I get it.
We totally get it, but you're in good company here. There's not 10,000 people watching.
We would
for
love
sure.
to hear from you. And I mean, we keep telling everybody this.
And you don't have to come on camera. You can come on and cover your camera. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
just, let us know that you don't want to be seen. And attention is not what this is about. This is about finding out who did this, getting to the bottom of it. And if you think that you know who it is, we would love to hear from you. And if it's something that you need us to report for you and give us something that we can give to the authorities that would help, you can do that also by email. We have an email address that's with my lisp. I hope I get it right. tips@tbx unfiltered.com.
TIPS tips at tbxunfiltered.com.
I think the problem with, again, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. Are you more comfortable calling into a show like ours than the FBI for a certain reason? Because I would love to know that. Because that would go to what we were talking about the other night, if that's the case.
And you got to remember,
Could
I know I
talk to
speak
you
for all
off stream? I'm afraid people are going to
Sure.
find me. Absolutely.
That's probably a good idea, actually.
Please go ahead and email us your contact information, and we would absolutely talk to you. In fact, if you're comfortable, we can talk to you after the show.
Yeah, just email us tips
I still feel like
at
Ivan Miller
tbxunfiltered.com.
had something to. Can you put up the email in the chat? Had something to do with Nancy.
that's a
Just
good
my
idea.
opinion.
Damn
Who
it, Jen.
agrees or disagrees? Who is Ivan Miller? Emma Donahue. Inquiring minds want to know. What's happening? Who is Ivan Miller? And Yamafis, if I'm saying that right, I appreciate you being willing to talk to us. I'm afraid I'm sorry. No, I'll be honest with you. This creeps me out. All of it. The whole case creeps me out. I actually was thinking about going to Arizona to go talk with somebody, and we had a long talk about it. Just the Springfield 3 case, if any of you aren't familiar with it, it was our second episode, right? That was our second episode.
Yep, number 2.
And there's a lady that has done some major research on it and was making some headway. And her car was blocked in at a grocery store at one point. She was given threats that people that called her and said, you need to stop looking. You're getting too close. Like, I feel like this is one of those cases that everybody needs to be very careful. But I also feel like it's one of those cases where
Well,
if it's something like you feel safer talking to someone like us and giving us the information, or Patriot Pride, or any of the other, streamers out there that you feel has your best interest at heart. Our interest is not in fame. It's not in attention. It's not money grabbing. This is about helping victims and their families.
let me see if we can get him on.
Who is this?
Adam. I don't know if he's...
Oh, good.
Boom.
Ivan Miller is the guy that lives in the Philippines, Connie McKenzie. Call them privately. He's the crazy Iowa guy that killed 3 women from Utah
Uh-oh, we lost you,
with
Adam.
no connection. He has similarities to the perp, just
Call
my
back.
opinion.
Oh, Patriot
Keep saying I'm a
Pride is
troll.
joining.
You're not a troll. And I mean, and if you are, I guess we'll find out. But
It says guest is in green room, and
he's
now
been on shows. Well, I'm supposed to be on with him tomorrow on Patriot Pride.
hang on, we can kind of see you. Let me go ahead and push this up here. There you are. I'm sorry, I had to be on the scene. I'm learning something new here.
What's up,
Hey.
guys?
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing great. How are you guys doing tonight?
We're doing really good.
You're incognito.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm not used to I guess it's Ecamm, so I can't put my avatar up, but yeah, I just wanted to jump in for a second and show
Oh wait,
some love.
I think I can do that.
Hold on.
Patriot
We're new to
Pride.
this too, so thank you everybody for being patient with us.
So
Okay.
this is Adam from Patriot Pride Official, his YouTube channel. Everyone here probably knows him. There may be one or two that don't, but
Yeah. I saw you guys had a lot of new names in the room
Oh,
tonight.
good.
So congratulations.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, everybody like and subscribe if you like the show and you want to see more. Please help us out here. We saw that there was like 40% of watchers were not subscribed yet, so we would really appreciate it.
Adam can reiterate if you want to give a few minutes to what y'all are doing tomorrow. I think it's pretty
please do.
important. And then I don't know if you got to see. Is Yemafis is the half.
Yeah, and can you text like
Sibling.
what we should call you? I mean, even if it's a fake name, like how you want us to pronounce your name.
Because
Yeah, and-
you're among people you can trust. Adam for sure. Everybody in the chat that we know. We're not here to accuse anyone, talk badly. You'll probably notice we don't talk bad to anyone, even Richard. Everybody has a chance to talk and say their piece, including you. And
Yeah.
no one will judge you. I promise you
June
that.
is saying I'm suspicious of anyone who jumps from content creator to get them to make the call. It seems to me as a bid to build a channel. I don't know that that's what this is. I think sometimes
That's what I just said.
you haven't caused any trouble in the messages.
Not at all.
No, I think
Oh my gosh.
anybody would feel anxious, like, oh my gosh,
We feel
somebody knows
blessed to have
something.
messages.
Yeah, my heart breaks for you. Yeah, if your brother has done it. It absolutely. Like, if that's really the case, I mean, we want to hear from you. Adam, please tell them what tomorrow is about, and this person that may call us as saying they're a half brother of Richard.
Yeah, certainly. So I've actually seen this person before in chat rooms. So you know, if like Jennifer and Glenn are saying, if you want to call in, feel comfortable and confident to call in, and if not, that's okay too. But
True.
however you feel. But yeah, I mean, we're not here to accuse anybody, right? So we're just here to
No.
talk and listen, and that's kind of what we do. So, but yeah, anyway, so tomorrow night, Richard has agreed to take some questions, and so you guys have been, kind enough and volunteered to be on the panel along with Alex from Criminal Network and the Juice. So yeah, I mean, we're going to take some questions from you guys, and Richard's going to answer some questions for the first time. So I'm very proud of him for stepping way outside his comfort zone because, that's something that he has a sometimes a difficult time doing, is being in front of people, especially people he doesn't know. So I think we're going to have a really good time. I think it's going to be very interesting, and I can't thank you guys enough for being part of it.
Well, thank you for inviting me. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad that he feels that I'm trustworthy enough to be invited to this. I just, I think all of us, no matter who it is that's giving the information, we want the case solved. And, this isn't about I've seen in some chats people like, you just want the reward money from some people, and this is not your stream, or it's somebody else's. And I thought, that's really interesting. Is that what really people care about, is who gets the reward money? I don't think that that's what this is about. I don't think for anybody. And I certainly don't think it's the main focus of people out in 100-degree weather with bugs and horrible conditions. I think they all just want Nancy Guthrie found. And I don't know.
No, certainly. I mean, I totally agree, and especially the people that are in it for the right reasons, and the community that we are involved in, all of us. That's our, that's our goal. We're here to try to find answers and get justice for Nancy. So, I mean, if that's not the reason people are in it, then maybe they need to, you know, take a look in the mirror and see if they're in it for the right reasons.
Well, that's the deal. Like SOS Seekers of Spirits, it's just to create a safe space for everyone to come and just exchange information
That's right.
and try to help. I mean, even if you don't believe them or you believe them, that's besides the point to me. The point is someone's willing to come on and talk about you know some pretty sensitive things that to them anyway. Whether
Right.
you could say, well, some people may be delusional, some people, and I'm not talking about Richard. I just mean anyone in general. People judge people,
I feel like I'm
but you
delusional
come
right
on here,
now.
no one's judging you. I will promise you that. And if they are, they'll be removed real quickly. We don't want any judgment for any of that. Now, having said that, you will be judged if you come on here and you're rude. We're just going to send you over to Adam and he's going to handle it.
He'll spank you and send you home to your mama. Yeah.
So tomorrow during that thing, I'll be watching from upstairs in the kitchen for sure. And I'm hoping that barbecue sauce and rubs here because I'm going to be doing something up there with that.
Oh my God.
Watching you guys.
Yeah, America's
Yeah, I think
grandma. Danny D Log just said that, Adam. It's America's grandma. We just want her home. And that's exactly it. I feel like, in Cindy Cohen, this is about closure, for everybody. I think you feel that way. I know we've talked numerous times, and I think you feel that way for sure.
Yeah.
certainly, yeah, certainly. And I do want to say Mike's here with me as well. So
Hey
Hey,
y'all.
Well,
Mike.
Mike, I wish we could see
we're
y'all.
having a
Someone was asking where
we're
you're
having
at. They just had their camera
People,
blocked or something.
yeah, people are
well, we're,
feeling a little slighted that they can't see your smiling faces.
I'm sorry. We're outside having a UFC party, smoking some cigars, drinking some good bourbon, and watching the fight on the big screen outside tonight.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
We wouldn't mind seeing that.
Glenn,
No, don't
yeah, Glenn,
anybody
you need to be
leave to
here
go
with us,
do the
man.
same.
What's that?
I said you need to be here with us, man. We're having a great
You're
time.
right, man. I'd love to be back in
Great.
Georgia too.
That's funny.
Somewhere in
I'm
Georgia.
But
judging Adam right now. You guys are great. That's funny. Well, I'm looking
yeah,
forward to tomorrow night, and the guys that you've to have been invited to be been part of this is really an honor. I really appreciate it. That's very, very nice of you. I really appreciate it.
well, you're definitely welcome, and you guys are great. I mean, you both are just great people,
Hmm.
and I want to thank everybody, especially all the new faces, but also everybody that's coming back to you guys tonight as well. Just thank everybody so much for the support, because I mean that's a testament to what you guys are putting out there. You know, you're getting new viewers,
We
and
really
each
appreciate
time you're
that.
doing a show, you're getting more
Is that
people. So
Mike?
you guys are great. I think you do 100% create a safe space, and you put out excellent content, and I'm just really proud of you guys.
Oh, thank
Oh,
you. Well,
well,
we love your show, and
yeah. Wish y'all were on later tonight.
yeah, I know.
You never
Well,
know. We
I'll see
might
you
be at
tomorrow
Waffle
night.
House
Do you have
later on
any
tonight.
thoughts on this half brother that you want to say to him while he's listening? I'm hoping he
I'll keep
contacts
that to
us
my.
after the show.
Yeah, I'll keep that to myself. The only thing I can say is, if you want to discuss it, you are more than welcome to call and discuss it,
Yeah, we're not going to
especially
beg.
with Glenn and Jennifer or whomever. Well, I don't know, but I can't say whomever, but I can tell you with them, you're in great hands, and you're in a non-judgmental place, and you can be anonymous. And I have seen the person in multiple chats before that, are relating this information. And I know they wanted to get in touch with someone else that I know very well. And, we gave them that information to get in touch with them. So if they want to make the call, you're more than welcome to do that. And if not, then, we understand that as well.
Yep. Good. Well said. Thank you,
Yeah.
Adam.
So, yeah. So, hey, we love you guys. And Glenn, I think it got there today, man. So I hope you enjoy that stuff. And if you need any help or anything, just call me, and well, you saw the video, so you can go back and watch the
I know how to
barbecue
use
video.
it
So,
for sure. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it.
Now he's got our son addicted to us. So he's already
Yeah.
asking, like, what?
He may
Okay.
take that bottle home with. I got a couple bottles coming, so we'll see. But yeah, if people don't know what we're talking about, Patriot Pride, which is at Patriot Pride Official, or is it? What's your website?
I'm
it's
sorry. I didn't before.
www.patriotprideusa.org.
So it's patriotprideusa.org, and they have you can donate on there, but you can also just go buy barbecue sauce, and that's just another way to donate.
Yeah. Glenn was
So
binge
I ordered
watching
some, and
all the videos.
it came in today, so that was quick too.
Well, Yay Memphis just said, I'm sorry, I didn't before. I was afraid. And I get it. I mean,
Me too.
that was kind of our show that we saw before, and Adam was in the chat for that too, about the FBI tips. I think that's been my concern, is that people get up the guts to call in, and then for whatever reason, something doesn't work out or they change their minds. I get it. They said it happened in the Springfield 3 case on America's Most Wanted to their chat call. The person called and actually gave very specific information that the police said that they feel was very reliable, that person absolutely knew what was going on. They connected them to a deputy, and in that connection, the connection was lost, and the person never called back. So I think I completely get it if you get fearful or whatever, but we would love to talk with you either by email or by phone afterwards.
And just put the link up. I don't know if you can click on it or have to cut and paste it into your browser. But anybody else wants to come on? Well,
Connie's related to Major Rammer Jammer. Who knew?
I'm related to Major Ram.
Well, Adam and Mike,
Oh,
I
nice.
can't thank you enough for coming in. Oh, what?
I was going to say, if anybody wants to call in and say hi to Mike real quick and Adam, they may have to go. But if you call in quick enough,
Yeah,
you could say hi to him.
Oh,
yeah, if anybody wants to say hello.
People are asking, Adam, do you know who, shoot, I just lost it. Where is it? Oh, Ivan Miller is.
It's on the screen, right? Big, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, geez. I was looking
What
at the
do you
other
think
screen.
of Ivan Miller? You can see it. That's from
I don't
Emma
think,
Donahue.
I mean, again, I could be totally wrong, but I don't think he has anything to do with this case.
Interesting.
Okay. I didn't know that name. That's the first time I'd heard it.
There's the link again.
Connie said that she can verify that Patriot Pride's barbecue sauce and seasoning is fantastic. That's awesome.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
That's awesome.
I can verify.
I can verify.
Connie
That's
McKenzie.
Awesome. That's
Connie, I'll
great.
pay you later. I'll pay you later.
So the two sauces, what's
Really
the
good
difference?
on pizza as well.
It's good on pizza.
Well, I know it's good on
Turkey.
shrimp because your son likes it on the
Mike-
shrimp, Mike.
Mike won't eat pizza anymore without the all-purpose seasoning and the original sauce on the pizza anymore. He's like, I'm not eating
I
it.
promise you, we're
I'm
not
not
getting
eating it any
paid
other
by
way.
Patriot Pride either.
And paid in sauce. So
Yeah.
which one's vinegar based? Is it the original?
No, it'll actually say vinegar on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're
So there's an
saying,
original. Go ahead, Jennifer.
no, go ahead.
No, there's an original sauce, a vinegar sauce, an all-purpose rub, and a burger steak and brisket rub. So I mean, the
Good
burger
job,
steak and
Nelly.
brisket we normally use mostly on beef, and then the all-purpose we use on everything. I mean, I toss my fries in it. I put it on hash browns. I put it on eggs.
Patricia.
But yeah, shrimp. That vinegar sauce, man. If
Patricia
you
said
like
made her
vinegar sauce,
sandwiches too.
yeah, she puts it on that. But I tell you, man, if you really like vinegar sauce, this is an old school, old timey recipe that I came up with myself. And all of these are my recipes. But if you get a pulled pork sandwich, man, and you get some of that vinegar sauce down in that bun, and you let that bun sop up some of that vinegar sauce,
Oh
it is the
God, I'm
best thing you've
hungry.
ever had, dude.
We got it on YouTube. Go
It is
watch it.
so good, man. Yeah, he
Interesting.
watched them,
Thanks,
right? He
Annalisa,
watched
Doug.
them.
Yeah, I watched your.
But anyway, I don't want to talk about barbecue sauce on you
No,
guys'
it's
show, so I'm
fine.
sorry.
I do.
No, yeah, no, we love, I mean, I love what you're doing. We love your cause. And I mean, obviously, most of our viewers are Patriot Pride fans too, and they love your cause too. So somebody just said they're going to go order a bunch. Nellie did after she got off the channel.
Nice. Well,
S-
we love everybody in the community and the Patriot Pride family. And again, I can't thank them enough, for going over and checking you guys out and continuing to support you guys as well.
We do appreciate it also, for sure. It's
Thank you
amazing.
so much, both of you, especially there you are having a Saturday night out and are watching our show. We really appreciate it.
Hey, we wouldn't want any other way. We love you guys and we're so proud of you
Thank you.
guys. And so we're gonna see if we can pull McGregor through this fight here in just a few minutes.
Awesome. And then we'll see you tomorrow. So,
Yes, yes. And again, thank you for that. And so you guys have a great night. Mike, you want to tell them goodbye?
Bye. See y'all.
Bye,
bye,
Mike. Bye,
Mike.
Adam.
Ma- Magic Mike is exiting the building. So
Oh my gosh,
We'll
I
keep
should have got
watching
that
because
picture.
he's giving us some more information. I'd love to get y'all's opinion in the chat. So,
yeah, we'll definitely check it out. So hey, thank you guys. I'm proud of you guys, and we'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right,
thank
have a good
you.
night.
You too. Thanks.
Night. Okay, so he's saying that he's his half brother, Alan. Stream to stream. I don't know. I don't find it odd. I mean, we all watch different streams, and maybe there's something that sparks an interest in somebody feeling more comfortable on one streamer's network than the other. It's funny because I'll see people in chats, and I'm like, wait a minute, that person is always in the chat, never talking, but they talk specifically on another streamer's channel that they don't on others. So I don't know. I'm honored if you really are real and you really are in belief that you know who did this. I would really like the information, and if we can help you get the information to Pima County, then we're more than happy to do that. And if you feel safer talking to us, then I appreciate that. None of us are wanting to cause any problems with anybody. This is about justice for the family, justice for the victims. Um,
I would say that if you'll come on, you'd probably feel better after.
yeah, we
You
are.
got some of it out there. Whether
He said
I think
he
you'll be
came here because he heard
surprised.
I'll be talking to Richard. Yeah, apparently Richard knows who I am and told Adam that he would be comfortable talking to me as a woman on the panel. So Alan needs to give us a little more information to show us that RN had something to do with this. Well, maybe he will off camera and have the camera locked like Patriot just did. You said you were going to talk to my brother. That's why I made the comments. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that watch that don't make comments. So I am going to talk to him tomorrow. Apparently, he is told we had kind of a pre-call last night, all of us that are going to be on the panel, just to kind of figure out, like, I guess just we want to be kind. We want to be, I think it's nice that
I wish
Richard
you'd call
trusts
in
us.
just so you could tell us some scoop.
So I think, we
Like,
just
what
want to
was
be
it like having
respectful.
him as a brother, and who is he, and not any details. We don't want to know anyone's personal, where they live or any of that stuff. Just curiosity.
I'm in them all. I do find it more comfortable to talk depending on the vibe and the host. Important. You two are great. Oh, thank you, Danny. I mean, that's the thing. I think you need to feel like you're sitting with your friends and you can have an open conversation. And I mean, I, Friendship is kind of a weird thing, isn't it? I mean, it's like I have a very close knit group of friends. And I think all of us have come to each other at some point or another with something that we felt like was kind of large, and we were embarrassed enough to even not, maybe not even talk with our own family about, you know? And it's, you need that place that feels safe to vent or just get it off your chest for a second. You know, for some people that's venting, and for some people it's just give me 5 seconds to say 5 words, you know? And we're hoping that
Mathis
that's
says
what,
he was a great brother,
oh, he was a great
but
brother.
he was mentally ill. Oh, that's sad.
Well, I mean, I'm hoping that that's what this place becomes for everybody, that everybody feels like they can come into our living room, sit in our living room and have a chat with us and feel safe talking about
Can't control his
cases that
emotions.
they
That's
can't get off their minds, including Nancy Guthrie's, but he can't control his emotions. You know, he seems like he has a good heart, which would be very sad if he was actually the person that did this to Nancy. Um, but I would love to hear what you have to say for sure. Temu
but he
has
feels
been
like
saying RN in every chat today, but not seeing proof. I mean, inner strength, we really just, or Temu girl? Who is Temu girl? I just hope everybody's being polite. We really need to. Sometimes I feel like maybe I should not say anything or see anything.
Hmm?
June, what are we talking about? What did I miss? Not done on dates. We came from a lot of abuse and dysfunction. Yeah,
oh, I'm
unfortunately.
sorry to hear that.
Unfortunately, that's a lot of families. And unfortunately, for anybody that has any kind of mental illness, that can also spur.
How are you doing now? I hope I'm saying it right. Yay, Mathis. I don't know. Everything okay now? Like your life's going the direction you want, or still affecting you?
Yeah, like I had a drug addiction for many years and he had mental issues. Well, like Adam just said, I'm proud of Richard for stepping out of his comfort zone and being willing to speak. I am too. I mean,
He's very detailed too. Like he's very polite, detailed, and I don't know when he's on. There's so many I can't keep up almost. He's very smart.
well, I hope your drug addictions are cured now or are in healing.
I hope
And
you
I
don't
hope,
mind that these are going up on the screen, but everyone can see it in the chat too. It's so we can read it better.
yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's what happens though. I mean,
Has he
you
ever
weren't
hurt
you weren't treated
anyone?
well when you were younger.
I hope you're getting healing now, both of you. I don't like hearing that he could be involved. As a
Yeah.
viewer who was
Just
asking
Jaylene
tough
is
questions to
asking is
Richard.
if she
Oh.
knows if he's ever hurt anyone.
Yeah, and then Analyze That Doug said that Temu was a viewer who was asking tough questions to Richard. They claim Richard says they're in the cipher, so they feel threatened. I have a decent life, but I relapse on and off. Well, I hope you can get some help. I know that addiction is not easy. I lost a very good friend of mine to addiction, and it was absolutely heartbreaking. And I think the saddest part about it was that he was one of the kindest souls on the planet. And I think because of that, he was very easily injured. And he was one of the most talented artists across the board, art, music, and unfortunately, addiction took his life.
I
And
think it's important that people realize like that. I have weeks that I'm sober, then I relapse. It's hard. You don't think of it as a failure. You just get back up and go back and get help again. It could be 100 times. It doesn't matter how many times you need to go get help. The important thing is you're going and getting the help.
yep.
You're making that decision. You've already done it more than once, so you can do it again. Go get help. Anybody that needs it.
So Temu has said he's trying to kill her. Richard or somebody else? I changed my banner on my page today. Oh, okay. Yeah, Rich is so smart, but he got very mentally ill. He sounds brilliant. Like the amount of symbols and codes and everything that he sees
Well, that's what she's saying.
I would also think that that's part of why everything is probably extremely overwhelming to him. I would think.
What's the whole, you still love the
that's when I
center or
got-
whatever. Rich is a smart guy. He's just mentally ill. Well,
And that's when it got bad for him. Well, I mean, sometimes, as we get older, our bodies change chemically also, and that can either be good or bad, especially if you have a mental illness. So it's good to see you.
well, if anybody wants
Won't be
to,
there now. Yeah, if anybody wants to call in, sorry, my pillow got out of the way.
are you quite all right?
Yes, I'm fine now. I'm much better, thanks. Yeah, Sikorsky put up a new banner and stuff on her page, so everybody can check that out. I'm so glad you're here, Sikorsky. And
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, we would love to hear from anybody. If anybody wants to call in, and it could be about Nancy Guthrie, it can be about something else.
I can take a few minutes and do what I want to do.
So,
You'll
do
allow
you
me?
think he is still alive, Richard? Richard doesn't hide his mental illness. He has spoken about seeing counselors. Yep.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you're saying anything that
Oh,
he
it's an
would.
account. Yeah, okay. Every successful addict has relapsed a time or two. That's absolute truth. Aloha, I'm late. Aloha, Paula.
Aloha.
Jesus is the way. Yep. The comments are there on replay.
I got to put that.
Why would he do this to Nancy, and how did he know of her? Do you feel like sharing that in the chat? Some neighbors are refusing to show FBI their camera videos.
get
Can
my
they
legs
obtain a search
comfortable.
warrant? From what I'm understanding, they can. They can absolutely go and get a warrant for it, but I would think that it would have to be
Sorry, I
if
gotta
something
take a
they
drink.
thought was credible enough that it was worth getting it. So, yeah, sorry, I will check my text. Sorry, I had it on silent.
Oh,
I'll check it out. Okay. I appreciate that. Well, we want to talk to anybody. I know. I think it's like pollen or something, Sikorsky. My throat's funky too. I don't know, but I'm not where you are, but I think everybody, it's just summer. We've had so much wet weather in the Ozarks. It's been crazy. And I think we're just trying to catch up. So he was camping at the Molino Basin campground or near it. Okay, I'll have to look that up on a map. But do you know, like, how he found out about it, Nancy, or what the motive was? Or do you feel more comfortable talking about that off screen? Yeah, but why Nancy? Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's my curiosity in all of this. I think that,
let's let him off the hook. We're just going to move on.
all
If they
right.
want to email, that's great, but we don't want to put you on
Yeah.
the spot. I feel like, we
Yeah,
could
he's already
add-
said, I don't want attention. And here I am. And everybody
Yeah,
else is
let's
asking
move
him
on.
questions too. Well,
So can I do what I'm going to do?
yes, I would love to see what you're going to do. What do you have?
Well, it's just a couple things. I mean, to get back into some of the meat of this case when it first happened, and actually before, you remember there were other porch guy videos of not him. Well, we don't know. Could be somebody that's related to him or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So I just have some other videos. There's 15, 20 other. Apparently, there's a problem in Tucson of lurkers. And then come to find out it's everywhere. Like there are lurkers around your home, probably, if in the neighborhood. You don't know because,
I hate that.
but nowadays with more doorbell cameras and security cameras around, I mean, we've got a lot of land here. And if they come in on any corner, they're going to get caught. And, we're from Texas, so
Mhm.
don't come near my house.
No.
Warning. So, yeah. There's cameras everywhere now, so things are kind of caught more often. So it's probably nothing new. It's just whatever. But Tucson has a lot of
Oh, thank you, June. I will do
lurker
that.
people. So here's a couple that people sent these in to the police department because they said, "Hey, look, these are," and we'll go over the dates. I,
know,
think
you've been
some of
telling
them,
me about it. I want to see it.
some of the dates are on there, and they're not the same guy. I don't think, but it's kind of the same method. They're not wearing masks either, but maybe because they were not actually planning on doing anything that they needed to wear a mask for. I don't know, but Maybe they were. Here's the
That's
first
the only
one.
thing that makes me suspicious.
Now the top left, that is Porch Guy. And the one,
In the mask.
the zoomed in one is the guy you're watching right now on the video. So this was what, March 30th?
30th.
So this
Okay.
is a couple months after.
And what time of day is this?
11:55 at night, almost midnight.
What was that person doing?
I don't know. That's
Just
when
seeing if someone was home?
yeah, he could live there. I don't know. But this person gave this to the police going, this guy was on my front porch and they felt like he kind of looked like him. I don't think so. But the point is there's a lot of these in the area. This is 2 or 3 miles or 4 miles, I think. 3.7. I put it up there from Nancy's house.
Danny Dog, or Danny D Log, said, I find it odd that there is a timestamp on every camera. Why would they scrub the date and time? You know, it's funny when
right there, there's one on this
well,
one.
it's not funny. It's interesting. But when the first videos came out, to your point, I thought there was something wrong with my phone. I was like pressing, I'm like, where is the sound? And then where's the date? And then I was like, oh, you're right. It's been scrubbed. So I'm assuming it's because of the prelim, I guess, of the reconnaissance that was done potentially on this case around January 11th. So I don't know. I'm assuming that the main images that we all know are from that night, and that just the still was the only thing that Google said was from earlier in January. So to your point, I don't know.
So this guy, like the eyes
would
don't
they do
line
that?
up. I don't know, but let me finish this.
Okay.
So
Okay.
zoomed in. Not the guy,
I'm
probably,
sorry.
right?
Yes.
And then there's this one.
Okay.
Now he kind of has that flat eye thing going on before the bridge of his nose. I zoomed in on,
Did you see what SOS said?
but this is about a week before.
This one really creeped me out. I don't know why the other one was less creepy than this, but this just feels creepier. If that's a thing. Night, everybody. See y'all tomorrow. Thank you, church. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you and Adam for showing up. I really appreciate it. We always appreciate your support. Okay. Good night, church. In my opinion, Tucson has a massive amount of crime.
Yeah.
You know, I really hate that.
But look at these
Tucson
guys.
used to be so nice, you guys. My grandparents lived 5 miles from Nancy's.
Okay, backpack, but everything's coming out in the backpack. You can see everything. Of course, this is a different camera with a different quality.
Keep that right there. And does anybody else notice the backpack? How it says, I don't know, Kansas City Chiefs on the back? Like, everybody kept trying to convince us that the backpack the Porch Guy had was the Ozark backpack. I have not found, and if somebody has found it, please send it to us on our email. I have not found an example of that Ozark backpack with the logo. Well, I mean, without the logo.
Now, this is a week before, but see the eye that if you look at his left eye, which is right on the screen with the one above it, it has that flat little angled weirdness. But, you know, sometimes you look at these and you get it in your brain to make it work when it just doesn't. But this is a week before.
Adam.
So maybe, you know.
You said they're interesting videos that you have. Yeah, this one is January 23rd. She went missing the morning of February 1st. So 31st night into
Look at this lurker.
the first.
Looking in the thing.
It's creepy.
I mean, he's obviously wearing different clothes. He looks like he may be a little thinner. But it's is he part of a group of people that are doing this?
Well, Danny
There's so many
says,
of them.
have you guys watched The Righteous Monkey? It's so sad that he brings a lot of attention to the homeless and drug problems there. It's very sad. Yeah. Oh, ThornBridge read my last comment. What do you think about that theory?
Who are we talking about?
Sikorsky. But I didn't see what it was commenting about. All I saw was, in my opinion. What was the part? We need to go up further. I missed the first part of what she said.
In my opinion.
The reason why they got rid of the date
is because it's crucial to the timeline that only law enforcement knows about, and they won't let that out until it gets to court.
I mean...
Oh, so Sikorsky, you think they may already have a person of major interest?
But to your point, Sikorsky, then why did they give us any part of the timeline? doorbell camera or a door camera goes off at such and such. Could have been an animal. It's like, why don't they give us that?
It's goofy, is what it is.
But I think you're right. It's like they didn't want us to know. Maybe because that was earlier on. Then why wouldn't they show us the full, Monty of the video later? I don't know. That's really strange.
I'm gonna put this on. I can't read it on the other deal. Oops, missed it.
Which one?
SOS. Oh, Sleuth Intuition bought the nest Nancy had and
For that
keeps forgetting
blinking
to check
light.
for that blinking
Yeah,
light.
I wondered
Oh,
about
bummer.
that
We need to do
because
that.
I think somebody else bought that camera, but that's been my curiosity. Is there a light on it that he was like covering it up, or
I didn't buy it, but I went online and found that there's different,
to get more people to fess up?
not variations of that light, but it's been improved over time. I don't know what year hers is, but we have the Facebook post when she was looking for one, and then she's got one now. If it's at least a year or two old, the way it's connected to the wall, a clip versus a screw now. So him pulling it off means it's probably not the latest version, but the one right before the one that's out now. If you go on
Very interesting.
wherever to buy it, and yeah, you just
Because I was asking you about that. I
there's
was
a
like,
clip and a magnet, and it's different than the
because
what a lot of
ours
people
have
are
lights that
thinking.
go on.
So
that's why I was wondering if
well, almost all of them have what they call night vision now. So if you go out, it'll just glow kind of red to let you know night vision's on, or it needs the red for night vision. But I've got ours set to where an actual floodlight, not a floodlight, but there's lights around the lens. These are
feels like a
we have nice cameras, and it comes on and lights the area so it's full color. So if she would have had a camera like we have, I just don't recommend cameras that don't come on at night to get full color, because this is what happens. You're black and white and they're wearing a mask, and we don't have as much, there's so much noise on those black and white cameras for the video at night. It has a lot of what they call noise on it. And it's just that it's not super clear. Remember we used to joke around? I mean, we've been married 26 years. We've known each other
It's
longer than
annoying.
that.
I know exactly what
And
you're
we're
going to
like,
say.
the news channel comes on and goes, bank robbery today. Da, da, da.
Yeah.
These are $1 million buildings,
I know
or
where you're
more.
going.
And they have a camera, and you're like, I see a blob with a gun holding up to the teller.
But if you recognize him,
Or
please call.
Pew pew.
It's just like, what?
If you recognize this person, it's kind of like right now. I mean,
Yeah.
they're
Can
not.
somebody, clean off the smudge on the
So here we are, 2026, and these commercial buildings still have these ridiculous, stupid cameras that are black and white. And just come on, people. Cameras and technology now can be 4K, and it can continuously record everything. You can get a 20 terabyte, server to hold it, where it holds like 3 months worth,
You just lost me a terabyte. I don't know.
24/7. I mean,
I think the
I
problem
just
is some
don't get
people
it.
aren't techie. It sounds hard, but I
these
think
are
they've
companies that have departments that handle all this.
Yeah, but if you were doing it yourself, you're a single lady like Nancy. I mean, I think hers were all professionally installed, obviously. There was one on top of the casita. And tell me if I'm wrong, if anybody else has proof of this, because I can't seem to find it, but I'm pretty sure that I also heard that there was another
Yes, Major Jammer
camera
right
that was facing from the casita to the driveway. So there was like one facing the yard, one facing the driveway. And I'm actually acting like I'm facing the front of the house. So I feel like there was one facing from the casita to the driveway that was also missing, but I don't know that. There's been a lot of questions. So I think somebody mentioned the Idaho 4, and is that why we didn't know it then? Totally agree. I feel like there's a lot of information that's being held back, and that's why we don't know. I mean, it could be. I think that's what I want to believe. I think a lot of us are feeling like we're being lied to or misled. But then again, it's kind of like all the law enforcement saying it's not our job to keep the public informed. I think it's frustrating on the public end. If I was living in Tucson, I would be frustrated, because how do we know that this isn't a targeted attack? How do we know that it's, or should I say, not a targeted attack? And just, I think
It's
because
like-
of the reconnaissance, I'm leaning towards it was totally targeted.
You live in a big city, which is
But that
good
still
because they
doesn't-
have resources, so this kind of thing doesn't happen. Then you find out, I guess Tucson's not big enough because they have a sheriff's department that, well, I don't want to say anything
I
bad
don't
about
think that it's
Nanos,
not
but
big enough.
they've got great people working at that department anyway. There's been retired people come out saying that they still have good friends there. They know what they're doing. It's just incredible that the current sheriff who he put in charge of this particular crime, I don't know. I mean, maybe he's doing a good job. Who knows? That's the problem is no one really knows. Like, again, I go back to it over and over again. 30,000 people have called in to tell them what they think, and at least one of those knows, hopefully, and turned in somebody. They saw that 1.2 million is my theory. They called in, they wrote a letter on the email thing, they did it, and either it was misfiled or that's how they already solved this. Like Sikorsky may believe that they already know who it is. Maybe that's how it happened, or maybe their investigative work in the first 48 got it. And this is all a show till they can get it done. But I certainly don't want to be the person that's warning whoever. I mean, he's not watching our show probably, but some of these YouTubers have 10 million people, following him, and a couple thousand, 2,000, 3,000 watching at night. You got to be careful what you say because you might tip them off to something. But honestly, it's like we're no smarter. You and I aren't any smarter than the average person out there. It's just intriguing. And to get a group like this, again, we have 200 and something people in here right now. We got to figure this out. And there is an answer to it.
Email your thoughts about Nanas and I'll say them gladly. It's just Aileen. Oh, they do keep track. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still not convinced Nancy ever made it home. That's Zaina. I don't know.
Fear and paranoia, yeah.
There's so many theories about that night that don't make sense. And then there's people that think it's political. And quite frankly, I don't know anymore because there's been people that have presented some of that and it sounded so outlandish. But then when they presented all the facts that they found, I'm like, I don't know anymore. I literally feel like one minute I feel pretty confident in what's actually happened and that maybe they know.
He's not convinced, or maybe she, I don't know.
What?
That they ever made it home. And I'm starting to get there a little bit too. I know that there's the blood on the front, but could that have been put there? And it all comes back to the pacemaker is the reason everyone feels like she did get home, and the garage door going up and down. Well, we can definitely explain away the garage door going up and down. They just hit a clicker.
Well,
Didn't mean it was her.
Like Zaina just said, she said, well, unless I see a video of her coming home in the driveway. Right. That's right. We have 0 data points.
Well, it was the pacemaker, but now we know the pacemaker doing its once in the 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning connection and not connecting doesn't mean anything.
Look at what Sikorsky just said.
What?
That's hilarious. It's the nicest compliment ever. And I'll let Glenn say it so it's not me saying it. It's hilarious.
Is it I am?
Yeah, am
Am I the only one that thinks Jen looks like she could play Jackie Onassis? I was waiting for that.
You really thought somebody would say that?
4 episodes before somebody said it. She used to have glasses, not purposely.
Like
purpose?
sunglasses.
Is that the word?
Purpose? I have my Ray-Bans. It's just.
And she'd put them on and we'd be out about and I would look around and people like.
It was always old people of that generation. It was like my grandparents' age. Like, especially when I had my kids when they were younger.
I'm no Kennedy though. So
that's so funny. It was like the nicest compliment. But no, yeah, Jackie Kennedy. No, yeah. I used to get it all the time. And I was like, I don't get it.
Oh, come on.
And I was at the pool one time when I was a teenager. I was like I guess I was 20. And this old couple kept staring at me and they were really sweet. And she goes, I'm so sorry. We don't mean to be staring at you, but you remind us so much of Jackie Kennedy. And I was like, oh, that's the nicest compliment. But I was thinking she was an old lady. I wasn't.
Well,
I was like
come
20
on.
at the time. And then we went to a museum. It was the when we were living in Texas.
Yeah.
We went to the Dallas the book drop. It's where he was.
This
unfortunately
depository.
Yeah, the depository.
It's not the suppository. It's the depository.
Gross. Why would you even go there?
Because I thought you started to say that.
Why would I say suppository?
The book depot.
You're disgusting. Anyway, depository. Now I can't get it out of my head.
See what I did there?
Oh, jeez.
You need a little comic relief. All this horrible stuff we've got to get through.
So anyway, we went and my kids were laughing because they were 13 at the time, around that age. And there's this huge mural of her face right there. And my son looks over and goes, yeah, you're right. I don't understand it because it was just the angle her face was at. I guess I could see it at that point.
You know where it gets
now y'all
me?
are making me blush. That's
we like
nice.
to Jen likes to antique shop. So there's probably not an antique store within 40, 50 miles of anywhere
This
we've
is
ever
true.
lived or traveled that we haven't stopped in and just run through. And
Hence the antique
yeah.
sitting behind us. Anyway.
So anyway, but I love doing it now too. It's like you go in and
You like suppositories.
it's nice.
I mean, we're gonna end up getting sponsorships
So
at
anyway,
some point by
we're in
RH
the
Baby.
antique store, I don't know, a few years ago. And I know she looks like Jackie O. I mean, I live with her. But there was a Life magazine and it's the Jackie O edition. And I come around the corner and it has this vendor has all these magazines from, older, back in the olden days. And there's the Jackie O thing. And I'm like, whoa, it just shocked me for a second. It looked that much like you with the glasses and everything. And I went,
That's very
wow,
nice.
I married a
But like
hottie.
Linda Carter.
Oh,
request-
Superwoman.
Okay, somebody send these people
Or
some
no,
gifts.
Superwoman. Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman. Are
Yeah,
you kidding me? Yeah,
Superwoman.
Linda Carter. Okay, you know what's funny? Is it Lee Quest? I hope I'm not butchering it. Okay, so funny story. When
Well,
I
that's
was
going
like
up on the screen.
nobody, unless you're over the age of 50, you will not understand.
Shailene.
What?
I think.
You will not understand this commercial, but she used to do Moisture Whip commercials, Linda Carter.
Oh,
And
God.
she would put on the lipstick and she was like, had her hair all slicked back in a ponytail. And she would come out of the water, like from underneath the water and come up and her lipstick was perfect. She goes, Moisture Whip. So I used to get my mom's lipstick and go underneath the water and come up and go, Moisture Whip. So I totally know who Linda Carter is. And that is the nicest compliment. You guys are very nice. Wow.
Linda Carter is still around, right?
And she looks exactly
Yeah.
the same. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's actually disgusting. You know who else looks exactly
The
the
Dynasty
same?
lady.
Now we're getting oh my gosh. What is her name? Shoot. Collins. Her sister Jackie was the writer.
Linda Collins is there.
No. Shoot.
I don't know. Let me look it up.
Joan.
Joan.
I'm surprised nobody beat me to it in the chat. Joan
Yeah.
Collins.
Just
yeah.
go watch old Love Boat
Boy, we are
episodes. You
really
see
off
all these
topic
people.
now.
Yeah, well,
Not to be morbid, but the way she stood
it's
there,
just
still
to give
wearing
people
her
a
pink
break
dress,
of all the
John Simmons
doom
being
and
sworn in.
gloom.
and she refused. That I wasn't alive
Oh,
when
back
that
to
happened.
Jackie O. That's a strong person.
Whew, yeah.
Yeah,
That
you are a
was
lot
something
like her.
else. What happened to whose husband? Joan. Everybody's saying Joan. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. You got
Joan,
it. Kelly
thank
Ray
you.
got it.
Yeah.
Thank
Remember Linda Carter? Oh, and Crystal. Oh, yes. You know what's funny? That show is actually, you can still go watch it. I was watching Dynasty because I was not old enough to watch Dynasty. I also had to go to bed before Fantasy Island, which really pissed me off. I was not allowed to stay up for Fantasy Island. So,
What graphic was it?
Wah,
that you
wah.
made?
oh, please, no way. Joan Collins is too much makeup. No, way too much makeup, but I think she said that she sleeps in Vaseline or
I remember
something.
you saying that, yeah.
And I'm like, first of all, what do you have on your pillow that the Vaseline doesn't get like all
I
over
obviously
it?
don't. My God, look at that.
It's nasty.
It's like
What?
a facelift or something.
Stop. You look great. Yeah, Linda Evans. That was Linda Evans was Crystal. That's correct, Connie. Yeah, she's stunningly beautiful too. But the one that freaks me out is well, not freaks me out. I just like, wow, she looks fantastic. Is Uptown Girl. Why is my brain like completely not
Billy
working?
Joel's
I feel like
wife
two
from
syllables,
years ago. Christy.
Brinkley. Thank you.
See, together we figure stuff out. That's why we're both on here. You don't really need me except to do that.
Was a guest professor for a writing course. Shut the front door. That is awesome. Who else is watching the Galloway BS McGregor fight?
Well, we know that
I'm sorry,
Adam and Mike
Jammer,
are.
Jammer. I'm probably keeping everybody.
Well,
I was just
our
too slow.
demographic
The way
is-
she let the world see her dress showing the evidence of what happened to her husband. Oh, I know. That was so intense. Yeah. Thank you. Everybody's telling me Christy Brinkley too. Yep. Well,
Wow.
my brother thinks I look like Alyssa Milano. Okay, I have to look.
could see
I
that.
can see that from your profile. Yes. Of course, I know who Alyssa Milano is. Who's the boss? Yeah.
Christy Brinkley.
She
Okay,
always kinda
okay. It's
scared me,
Glenn's
though.
turn. He looks like
Who?
Lee Quest is saying it's Glenn's turn. Who does he look like?
Okay,
No.
you want me to
No,
tell?
no,
Yes.
no.
You know
And not
who-
anymore, so it doesn't matter.
He used to get
Oh, God.
McKinnon.
And he's gone. He passed away.
I know. He
From the
was,
show Alice,
thank
her
you.
son.
The son on Alice. He used to get that all the time.
When I was young, like 15, 18 years old.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now I'm at that age where nobody else in here, they're all very young people in here. When I look in the mirror,
I am not
sometimes
faking not remembering names. I swear to God, I'm embarrassed.
sometimes I look in the mirror and I'm like, who
He's
the
faking not remembering names.
bleep
I
is
swear to
that?
God, I'm
Looking
not.
back.
I'm exhausted.
Over 50? I don't think so.
I got up at like 6 in the morning.
That you are not over 50 inner strength. Or that picture's 20 years old.
So Cameron, Myrtle, thank you for keeping us on track.
Wrinkly Botox
Good
face.
Lord. We got way off course. So Cameron, from what
There's
I
a Frasier
understand-
episode with Botox. You've got to, if you ever watch Frasier, it's one of my favorite shows. Just go look for,
Myrtle is
Google
trying
it.
to keep us on track here.
Okay,
Cameron, the
sorry.
brother, was a big anomaly. And unless somebody has some proof, I have not heard any proof of this, but some people said that he was back at home on the East Coast. Other people have said that he
East
has a
Allen, yeah.
condo in Tucson or in Phoenix or somewhere in the area and was fairly close nearby when the incident happened. I've also heard that Cameron has two young daughters, I think, or two young children, and one of his babysitters, the mother of the babysitter, said that I saw her post. She said, my daughter used to babysit for Cameron. And unfortunately, I heard through my daughter when she was babysitting one time and Nancy was visiting that that she was constantly concerned about Savannah and Annie's relationship and was talking to Cameron about it. And I thought that was very interesting that she shared it on social media. But it is kind of interesting, Cameron's relationship and where he fits into all of this. And if he was actually there in Tucson when it went down. And my other question, like many of ours, has been top of mind. Why did you automatically jump to being abducted for ransom? And I think, Chris in the interview room feels, at least I feel like I feel like I'm quoting him correctly, or not quoting him, but I think the essence of what he has said is that he feels like there was a narrative before Cameron ever even showed up on site the day that it was reported that Nancy was gone. And Cameron was just following that narrative. What was interesting to me about the whole narrative, if you want to call it that, that was coming from Annie and Tommaso, and or A&T, I should say, was, and this is allegedly, was my understanding was that Savannah was not called until much later in the afternoon. Now, I understand that you're talking about a 2-hour, at least, time difference from the East Coast. So I know that we're dealing with that a little bit too. But the conversation, if everybody remembers, on the Hoda interview, and again, please don't quote me, but I think that this was, again, the essence of the conversation of her relaying the conversation with Annie was, is everything okay? And Annie said, no, she's gone. What do you mean she's gone? Mom is missing. And she said, well, we think there was an emergency. Well, what do you mean? And she said, because the doors were propped open and the gate was propped open. Or she said the doors were propped open. And then Savannah relayed that she said, we think there was an emergency and we think maybe there was a gurney or something. And that's how they got her out of the house. And then she said, well, you need to call the hospitals. Well, I did call the hospitals. Well, then I'll call the hospital. And then she said, that there was just, have you called the police? And she said, they're here. And Savannah relayed at that point that it was total chaos. So to me, when I was telling my sister this scenario, I said, what does that sound like to you? Does that sound like, you know, Savannah was called right after they called 911? Because it doesn't to me. That sounds like the deputy had already taken their statements. He already, figured out that the scene was suspicious and had already called in homicide. And chaos to me sounds like multiple people, not just one deputy, not just one supervisor and a deputy. Chaos sounds like dogs that we know were there. So I was a little confused by did you call I called the hospitals. I think there was an emergency. And that's why I asked my son, who happens to be visiting, who's a firefighter, if you guys got called in on an emergency, would you leave gates and everything propped open? That was a resounding no. They have at least 7 people that show up on site between the ambulance and the fire department. There would have been people to be left behind on the scene to secure the location, including the doors, so nothing would have been propped open and left open. And they have screws, screwdrivers, everything on their rigs to be able to screw those doors back in place if they did have to do an extreme forced entry. So then my question was, okay, so a deputy arrives on scene. The family is frantic. They're panicking. They think there's been an emergency. And I said, are they rational? He goes, of course they're not rational. Most of the time people say the weirdest things in the oddest situations where in probably some circumstances, it would look suspicious. He said, so,
Neil Armstrong.
keep that in the back of your mind when you tell me what you're going to tell me. And I said, okay. My question is, if the family is telling you, or I know you're not a deputy, but say they're talking to a deputy and going, I think there was an emergency. The doors are propped open. And he said, well, first of all, the deputy would be able to, in under 30 seconds, make a call either on his radio or on his computer and know that there was no emergency call to the home. So that is a little interesting that was a continuation in the conversation, because that probably would have been in the initial conversation with the initial deputy that showed up on scene, not a continuation of that scenario much later on with quote unquote chaos. The other thing that was interesting is he said they absolutely would have taken her purse or her wallet, especially if she was alone, because they would need a form of identification for her and potentially her cell phone for contacting later if she was conscious. If she was unconscious, even more so, they would be taking her wallet and ID, because they would need to know her height and her weight for administering any kind of emergency medication. So just put that in your brains and see what you think. It didn't sound great to me, except that I'm trying to be gracious.
So I think his name was Chris.
Yeah.
He emailed us.
Oh.
And sent these pictures. I'm not sure what the story is. Obviously, it's from August. But he said he thought these were interesting because, it's a backpack. It's that backpack. It kind of has the fluffy shoes, too. Oh, no, that's a weird foot. I thought the shoe was his leg. It's like the photo's distorted.
But see, that's an Ozark backpack, isn't it?
I think
but you
so.
see the logo on it?
Different camera, though.
But no, the camera we have
much
doesn't show any
clearer.
logo. That is interesting. Where is this from?
I don't know. He's going to have
to Tucson? I would call my sister, Christy. Harry said I would call my sister on the way to my mom's no matter what.
Yeah, for sure.
Which means, let's see, Inner Strength said Savannah ignored multiple calls that day from her sister, potentially. Sikorsky, maybe just because it's ongoing case and it's not public record yet, that they haven't released the 911 calls. Apparently, Chris on the interview room, some people feel like it should be released. Other people, I don't remember what Chris said about that. Do you? I know Brian said that they probably wouldn't release it because it's still part of evidence. And if she had said something like
Chris McDonough,
interview
McDonough.
As we all know, it has come from Annie and T, so we don't really know anything. Yeah, exactly. All we know. That's exactly right. Like the narrative. I do feel like the 911 call, let's give a scenario that's not implicating anyone, because this is all, conjecture here. This is just theory. That what if you were like, this is what my mom was wearing when she came over for dinner that night? Because they may have said, what was your mom wearing? Well, the last time I saw her, she was wearing such and such. Is there any identifying jewelry, anything that she would have been wearing? Yes, she was wearing an Apple Watch with a leather band or a white band or a floral band. As we know, a lot of our friends change out their Apple Watch bands. Maybe it was something as simple as that. Maybe she had on specific jewelry, and when they got to the scene, that was missing. Or the watch, they didn't find it later. Maybe it was under the bed. I mean, we know there was something in the ransom notes about
Wait,
the
wait,
Apple
what?
Watch.
Savannah ignored her sister's calls all day.
It kind of sounds that way, but I don't know. I
But
mean,
wait, Cameron and Annie waited for
Cameron
as
and Annie.
long. Yeah,
Yeah.
the brother and the sister waited as long as before they called her.
And when they did, she just got home. I know, and everybody has a different opinion on that. I asked my sister if she would call me right away, and she goes, I don't know. Because if you lived in a different state and it was early morning that she wasn't there, she goes, I think I would have waited to make sure, like find out what was going on before I panicked you, especially if I had known that you were away for the weekend or anything like that. I wouldn't want to panic you until I had more information. And I said, I don't know if I would call you right away. Maybe I would. Maybe I would be so freaked out because we're super close and we talk to each other a million times a day. So I feel like I
Really?
would have called her. Don't you think I would have called Heather?
1000%.
Yeah. But I know not everybody's like that. And then somebody said each state has different laws about that stuff. Like Florida, for instance, 911 calls are public, even when the investigation. Yeah. I don't know. I think that could be a law thing. It could just be she may have given identifying information on potentially what was on her mother or what her mother was wearing that could be something that was necessary to keep quiet. Juanita Adame mentioned 911. One of the call was from Nanos's voice explaining that the family did not have access to the cameras. Oh dear, he made sure saying that. I find that suspicious. Yeah, I don't know what to think of that. I thought that was very interesting because, and here's why. I know there's a lot of families, including our own, where everybody's pretty private. They have, as much as we're all forthcoming with our lives and health scares or whatever, I think there's still an amount of privacy and what am I trying to say? I guess independence where you don't have to rely on somebody else keeping an eye on you. So I'm trying to be mindful of the fact that maybe that's the deal, is that she was trying to be independent and not bother them. However, why would you have cameras in the house? Right? I feel like the cameras in the house of an 84-year-old woman, and they said cameras plural, would mean that the family wanted to keep an eye on any healthcare workers, anybody that was coming home, into her home. What if Nancy fell? That they would, she would be able to yell to the cameras. That did feel odd to me that the family would not have access to that. I feel like it would have been something having those cameras in the home. Who else would have access to them? Why would Nancy need access to them? Unless it was strictly for security. I felt like it was for a peace of mind for her health. Ransom notes were to show proof of death to shorten the waiting time for official death certificates and settling of will and insurance benefits. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like that's logical. Did they say that they didn't have access because they didn't realize at the moment that the cameras were gone? I don't know. I don't know that detail. I wish I did. Your mom goes missing, you make yourself famous no matter what, so the world continues to keep it in the media's eye. They are looking for Nancy on the back of their eyelids. Just Jaylene, I know. This whole thing is so awful. And I guess I feel judgy in the sense that if it was me, I would be on every platform. And if I had my own platform like NBC Today Show, I would be out there asking, for people to keep a lookout, or I would be very vocal. And it just doesn't feel like that's going on. So then that makes me think, I feel like Savannah would be that way. I feel like that's why a lot of us are feeling disappointed and let down, is we're like, where is Savannah? Like Savannah should be out there saying, where is my mom? And not just in her Instagram messages. We feel like it should be more vocal than just a few times on the Today Show. We feel like I feel like I wished that when she came out to look at the memorial that she had turned around and looked at the cameras and said, "Thank you to every single person that has kept my mom in the public eye and is looking for her." I think we all wished that. So if that was our expectation of her, I feel like then that speaks to what we think she is. So if we go with that as being truth, then what would keep her from doing it? I have to believe that the Pima County Sheriff's Office or the FBI has been telling her to keep her mouth shut. So then the next question is why? Why would they do that? Because they already know the suspect? I don't know.
I know. I can definitely wrap my head around that. After hearing Brian say that he can come to him with basically strong evidence, whether it be a video a security camera, they look like them. I don't know if it's blood evidence or DNA or whatever, something strong enough to where everybody knows who did it. And the DA is the one that ultimately makes the decision and says yes or no if we're going to arrest them. And a lot of times it's no, you need to go get more. And in a case like this, I'm sure they want to get it right from the very beginning. People get off on technicalities so often. In fact, the Springfield 3 case, some of the people that are considered people of interest to this day, they're not been cleared. One of them was in death row in Florida, but because of the way the court case, they found a little flaw in it, and he's now released. And of course, he's back now in jail.
That's terrifying.
But he could be someone that's responsible for the death of 3 women after he was on death row and let out. And I think that's they feel like that's blood on their hands. But also, as a DA, you don't want to lose a case.
He said that multiple times.
Yeah, they don't want to ever take a case that has a 15 or more percent, chance of losing. So I hope that's where we're at. But
do you think that's where we're at?
I don't know. I just feel like so many mistakes were made at the beginning, but maybe that's what they want us to think right now. They're just biding their time. I don't know that.
Wait. You think that they're trying to make us think that there were mistakes made, but there weren't?
I think that they look like they've bumbled a little bit at the beginning because they don't care what we think about them right now because they've got this thing solved and they're just waiting till they have the right evidence. And,
Right.
I know Brian, he wasn't always on the homicide team. I think the last 7-8 years of his career, he went to basically white collar crime stuff.
Right.
So he used to joke around saying he's a trash man now. He rides trash trucks and picks up evidence that way. And I always think about, the guy that's following you around, you don't know, and he's getting the glass bottle you threw out to get the DNA off of it. Like, is that what's going on right now? I don't know. And then what happened to the DNA? It went to Florida. Then it went to Quantico.
Are we supposed to know, though, really?
Well, they could update us a little bit and go, hey, the DNA is still in process. It could take another month. I didn't hear that. What did they say?
He recently was asked about it, Nanos did, and he goes, it's very complicated. I mean,
because there's no rootless hair. I know.
Rootless. Yeah. Hairless.
I'm so tired of hearing about it.
He said specifically that they're dealing with, it sounded like genealogy information, which everybody thought that was a little shocking to even reveal that. I don't know. There's been so many messages. I think we're missing all of them. So if you have cameras inside, this is inner strength. It feels like family. Oh, shoot. I missed it. It was up further.
I'll put it up if you want.
Yeah, it feels like family would have a link to see them in the case in the alert. Well, that's my point. I feel like, why else do you have cameras inside? Isn't that specifically for alerting family that something's happened? Like,
we had a life alert for a grandmother who was 95. That's exactly right. Like, if you have cameras and you're anybody over 65 years old, I mean, you should have a way to be able to see what happened on the camera in case they need help. Or, I guess it depends. If you're 84, how old was Nancy Guthrie?
84.
84 years old.
That was her birthday.
And you've got mobility issues. People get, like Rammer Jimmer said earlier, don't buy the cheapest camera. Go online, do some research, get good quality cameras for your parents, your elderly parents, if they need help. And you don't have to monitor them, but have it where they can let you know something's not right, and you can see the camera. It's easy. I give people access
Would
to
your
ours all the
mom
time.
let us see into her home?
We have a camera at our front gate. You can't even get in our gate
But I
without.
mean, in your home, like to have, it's one thing to have cameras in your
Well,
home,
no,
but
but here's
the
how it
family
works. Here's how it
access.
works.
Okay.
We have 15 cameras or something around our property, in our house, and all around, right? I can take an individual camera and send you the link just to monitor that one. And and tell you, please, only in a case of emergency or whatever. Or if I'm on vacation, I let people know, and they
But that's
get
not what I'm
use of
talking
them.
about. I'm talking about walking around in your pajamas
No, not
or
that
no pajamas.
camera. The
Well,
front and
if you're
back door
walking
one,
around, I just
though.
want milk. I'm in my pajamas, or I'm in
They're
my underwear.
usually
Do you
people
want
come.
your,
Evildoers come in the back door normally, right? So I'm going to give the back door, the garage, the front, all the doors they could have,
well, that makes
especially a door
sense.
cam,
But for interior
a
cameras,
doorbell.
my assumption was, being 84 years old, living alone, that those cameras were specifically for monitoring her if she fell.
Yeah, what's the I fallen and
I
I
mean,
can't get up? The life alert.
right.
Like she should have one of those too.
Well,
I
I'm
mean, it's
sure there's a lot of
hindsight.
people that
I
should
think
and
that honestly, I
should have
don't
an Apple
know
Watch.
if the family's involved or not. I don't think Savannah was, and I think Savannah is hurting. I think I can tell when someone's honestly hurting, and I think that I'm not a Savannah fan, and I don't mean I'm not a fan. It's just I used to watch the Today Show a lot because I'd be getting ready for work, and Jennifer's an early riser, and she'd always have it on back in the day with who were the people though? It was
Oh, Katie Couric.
Katie
And
Couric. We
yeah,
loved her, and
the name that can't be mentioned anymore. But
I liked him.
yeah.
I wish he didn't do all that.
But
That's when it was a
anyway,
show, and Al Roker, and Where in the World is Al Roker? I mean, I used to love all that stuff. And then Savannah
oh,
came on, and I was already kind of doing other things with my life. I didn't have time for it. But so I don't dislike her. I'm just saying she's a famous person who has a
yeah,
lot of issues when you're famous, I'm sure, and for this to happen and be on the microscope, everyone's looking at her. I feel like, how does she even come back on camera?
Well,
Everyone
somebody said
judges her, and I think that she's probably a wonderful person from a great family. She was raised by a single mom. Everybody has, feelings for single moms, so just it's horrible what's happened.
Well, somebody else said that in the chat, that it's like we're trying to give grace. It's real easy to judge from home, from our comfortable sofas, and we know that our moms are safe or our grandmas are safe or whatever. And it's easy to go, oh my gosh, and be really judgy. But I'm trying to give some grace to the situation and just go, some people are really private. And maybe she didn't give them access to the cameras. We sure as heck wish they had, that she had. And maybe they weren't monitoring her every step because they thought, well, she's got some mobility issues, but she knows how to call us. And the Apple Watch, we had a really good friend of ours. She's older, also has heart issues,
I agree with Holly on
and she
that.
had
That
an
was weird.
extreme fall. But because of the way her Apple Watch was set up, it did an alert to all of her family members that were emergency, and it said extreme fall, 911 needs to be called or is called. I mean, they were calling her, and she broke her hip. It was bad. And she was in the yard and
I was
had no
just
access to her
thinking about
phone.
that. The Casey Anthony thing.
What?
Sorry to interrupt. It's just
No, it's okay.
Sikorsky's. I was just thinking about the Casey Anthony trial and all the weird things that happened over there too. And she's out, right?
Let's not talk about that.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's right. It's what
freaking weird.
happens.
That whole thing was awful.
All right, we got to read
But we
this.
don't know a thing about their actual lives, Zaina said. That's exactly right. FBI hasn't done a damn thing with the DNA, so makes zero difference. A different lab had it first. I don't know.
But they had the DNA in Florida. Everyone got
I
mad, so
don't
they sent it to
know.
Quantico, and we don't have any answer.
I want to
It's been
believe
2 months.
I want to believe that we
I
don't
don't know how it
I want to
works,
believe
though.
that they're doing stuff. Covering controversial topics like she has it is definitely a concern, in my opinion. A lot of people have that concern, Holly. Holly Dolly said that. Yeah, I think a lot of people have that concern that maybe she was a target.
Inner strength is right too. I've never seen it where you're just not out pounding the pavement and begging for help, and it's your mom. But
Patriot Pride Barbecue on Zach's Chicken Wrap is almost like the first time you heard the
ooh,
Beatles.
we don't
Major
have
Hammer
Zach's
Jammer.
here. I used to love Zach's.
Whoever connected the cameras and account should have added another viewer from the start. YGA, I have been asking that. Obviously, this was a professional installation. I'm pretty sure Nancy wasn't climbing on the roof.
Can we
And
find out who installed them? That would be something they could release to everybody.
I don't know. There's so much about this, and I think we could talk about this all night. It's almost 11 o'clock. Boy, everybody's at least
See, a
central
lot
time.
of people say that too.
What?
Is it Danny?
Doesn't, oh,
D-Log?
Danny. Yeah. I don't understand why Savannah doesn't use her connections with, I don't know.
I feel like there's a reason. Like
Yeah.
she's being manipulated or told what to do, and it's the FBI.
I wouldn't
you
give
know?
access. I give my kids access to my cameras. Creative Crafter 67. Thank you for being honest about that. I feel like there's not enough honesty about the reality of this. That sounds awesome.
All right.
And I
Someone
think a lot
says
of
that
us would
maybe the
want to
cameras
protect our
were
moms and our
connected.
grandmas, but I think a lot of our mothers and grandmas would be like, hell no, you're not watching me walk around in my underwear when I want to get a piece of cheese or a glass of milk at 2 a.m. Like, no, that's not happening.
Someone said they thought the cameras were connected to Annie's phone, but if they were, then I think they would probably know something.
Well, I tell you what.
Unless
there's
everybody
not-
with the ones earlier on the poll is right.
Unless somebody bleached their phone, they're going to know. And their computers and everything else.
And boiled it in bleach.
And they're doing behind the scenes. We can't assume that they're doing nothing just because we don't see it. That's exactly right, Zana. I want to have faith.
I have mobility issues. No one getting my access.
I
Well,
mean,
it doesn't have to be a
thank
camera
you,
inside your home. It could be your front
Dorinda.
door.
She
And
tried
it could
to call
be-
in the other night and she couldn't get
And
through.
it could be like, your
Something was happening with our connection.
child
I'd love for
or
you to
son
try
or
again,
daughter.
Dorinda, if you want to talk, or anybody else. Until the Nest subscription lapsed, and that's why Google had to retrieve the videos, allegedly. I had access to start with. I don't know. And these cameras are a little older. I think the reality is it's really easy to judge from home. But when you start talking about this, like really talking about it, like go talk with your moms. Anybody that has moms over the age of 70, go ask your moms if they would give you access to cameras in their home. I just don't think the reality is that would happen, even with mobility issues. Ask your mom
Ask her what?
if she would give us access to cameras inside
I bet
her
she
home.
would. Not inside, just the
These were
front
cameras
door.
inside the home.
Yeah, well, she should have had
Who
her.
had access to those?
She
Why
should
did
have
you
had
have
her
them?
ring and the ones up on the roof and that kind of thing.
Okay, so you think that the cameras inside the home were pointed towards exit doors, is what you think. You think they were strictly for security, not for health reasons and concerns about her falling in the home.
They should have had a life alert for that. If she falls down, she hits a button.
Right. Well, I think, don't you feel like, does anybody else feel like that's what the Apple Watch was for? I mean, I just feel like it does that. Like if you fall, it registers a fall. It registers car accidents. It's like your phone,
Heidi says the white box truck showed up before Nancy. This whole I don't know if she's expired, but before
I
she's.
understand
whatever.
Nancy herself verbally spoke with him. Oh, so
And
that's
she
who talked.
demanded
I thought it was
he
a
leave. He
neighbor.
took a couple more pics
So
and
it
left.
was Nancy? Ooh,
I don't
yikes.
know. Where do we find that out?
The world's smallest violin. Yeah, right.
So-
I call BS. They had access to the subscription.
Liquist
most
said
likely.
that I look like Neil Armstrong.
Oh,
I used to be a pilot back in my younger days, but never went to the moon or anything or
Wow.
astronauted.
that's a nice compliment.
I like Neil. He was on Frasier, by the way.
Otherwise, there was no. Sikorsky, I don't understand. Again, I say that again because I'm judging. I want to think that the family was keeping this
Evildoers.
super
That was George Bush.
close eye on her, but maybe she really did just want it for wildlife. Maybe she just really did think that I might want to have a little bit of security because my backyard backs up to open land. I don't like that if somebody jumped into my yard, I might not know about it. But what gives me pause on that is then why give up the subscription?
Kelly Ray, I don't know. Was there cameras definitely in the house? Do they
Yes.
have those videos? I mean,
Supposedly, I mean, you guys can go back and look at it. It was like the first or second press conference that Nanos ever gave. And he said there were cameras inside, exterior and inside the home.
yeah.
And he said,
Echo Dot, that's
unfortunately,
true.
we don't have a subscription, so we don't think that those are going to pan out, which was very interesting because I would think that cameras inside the home wouldn't be a subscription. It would just be like, do you need a subscription for cameras in your home?
Well, yes and no. You can put the little micro discs in them, little chips,
Right.
and it feeds to that. Then you can just log into the camera and get it on your phone what's going on. But the safer way is to pay for the cloud service, which is a couple bucks a month a camera usually, or you pay a year in advance, 30, 40
For
bucks or
inside the
something.
home.
I would have the cloud on all of ours. It's on cloud, and I put chips in them, so
But
it's in
when you
2
say
places.
chips, so let's say you're 84 years
Little
old.
memory things.
Yeah, but do they have to take them out and download them
No, I
somewhere?
just said you just go on your login on your phone.
Okay. See, this is where
Yeah.
I'm not techie.
And then you also go on your phone and check the cloud. So like our main entrance gate, if someone cuts the wire, it connects to 4G. I mean, you can't get away with it
See,
on.
Debbie said what I think. My parents are 85 and 82 and they refuse cameras and I can't force them. I mean, they're adults. They're not children. And unless they agree to it, it's not going to happen.
Sure.
My grandmother was 94 years old and stubborn all the years she lived alone, and she wore the damn life alert. Good for you and her strength. I mean, I'm bossy as heck. My mother-in-law would probably be made to wear something like that, but
Yeah. Nano said there were cameras, I thought, initially in the house.
yeah, he did. Okay.
My God, I can't keep up with
Yeah,
the chat
I know.
now. We need a mod.
It's crazy.
All right, Rammer Jammer, we need you as a mod now.
And 200 people in here.
300.
On our fourth or 300? Oh, almost 300. Wow.
It says
200
0
likes.
on
Okay, there's almost
Facebook.
300 people in here. Can we get a like?
We need to
I really
subscribe.
appreciate it. And
Only have-
subscribes. That would be really nice. And I can't, this has been so much fun. I'm so glad we did an open night. I just wish more people would call in. I like hearing voices.
Oh,
My grandma told me no
60.
access. I told health and safety won't take backseat for privacy. Convinced her that we weren't going to be discussing it much more about it. She ultimately agreed safety first. But see, I think we're bossy. Not everybody's bossy and not, I mean, I'm bossy and belligerent probably.
You're something.
So I don't care if you tell me that no, I'll make you. But
I know sometimes I complain that you need to simmer down, but I really don't want you to. I just want to be able to
have
tell
people
you
said that in the chat
What?
that I need to settle down?
What? No, I
Simmer
said
down.
it.
Oh,
No, and I said sometimes I'm like, hey, you need to calm down, which she loves when people tell her to calm down.
has that ever worked in the history of humankind? Telling anyone, I don't care if you're a woman or a man, calm down. Like I don't think it does.
Well, that's
the
what I'm
number,
saying.
please. Dorinda wants the number.
It's coming up in the feed a lot. I don't know.
You can place the cameras at floor level just in case you fall.
Here you go. Number.
You could at least see your feet. Holly Dolly, that's a good point. I put one in my mom's bedroom because she was falling, and when I asked what happened, she said, "What?" I missed it.
I don't know.
She placed one in her mom's. Oh, she didn't know. Okay, that's a little brazen. I would be terrified to do that. Yeah, she should have a damn life alert bracelet. But we're bossy. I don't know that everybody's bossy. Oh, good. Somebody's calling.
Let me assign you.
Oh, somebody said stop talking over each other. We kind of joke and say that,
Us?
yeah,
I haven't said a word.
it's probably me. We always say we're not yelling. We just talk this way.
Stop talking over each other. There's 50,000 people talking right now. Let's see here.
Maybe she's talking about the people in chat, but I'm pretty sure it's you and me, or me. I apologize. When I get super passionate.
There we go. There we go. You need to turn your if your TV's on or something, or your computer. We get feedback or not feedback.
Yeah, you can
but-
usually just hear through your phone. You don't, but it gives an echo if there's a TV or something else on in the background with the same feed. Can you hear us?
We can hear ourselves, but we can't hear her. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
shoot.
Dorinda. Is it happening again? We can't hear you.
She interrupts. I know. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
You do not. What is that commercial with the interrupting cheese? Dorinda, I'm so
can't hear
sorry.
your
We can see you. You've got a really good camera. It must
We
be an
can't hear you
iPhone.
talking. See if your volume is on silent or something. Thank you, Truth Warrior. Thank you, SOS. I do get passionate, so I apologize if it's like my mouth goes faster than my brain telling me to slow down. So thank you, Cindy. We can't hear you, Dorinda. I'm so sorry.
Tonight we can see her though.
Are you on mute? Can you check your phone and see if it's on mute?
She went bye-bye.
Did she click out? Oh,
Yeah,
shoot.
sorry.
Yeah, I think it's on mute. If you call back, your phone was on mute, but there may have been something else. Oh, just Jaylene, that would be nice. I know Landon, we gave him the night off because his brother's in town, so we were just trusting that everybody would be nice. But I don't mind criticism. Are you still on mute?
Yeah, we can't hear you, but we hear ourselves coming back through. So something's making noise on your end. You probably hear us. We can't hear you though.
Yeah, we hear a reverb on something.
Bummer.
Darn, I wanted to hear you. You called in the other night too.
Oh yeah, thank you. Jaylene said she can mod.
Can you see if your phone has a mute button on it and maybe unmute it? She did go out and come back in, unfortunately. She tried again and it just wasn't working.
Yeah, we're not using StreamYard either. We have a different program. We haven't had any
We know it works
issues.
because Adam called in and
We've
Miss
been
Patricia's
so
called
lucky.
in.
We had a bunch of people on one time testing it, and
I'm so sorry,
was
Dorinda.
perfect.
I wanted to talk to you. I love your yellow happy wall. That's so pretty. I'll tell him to shut up all day. That's funny. It's she thinks that yeah, you should be able to listen to us through the stream, so you don't have to listen to us on a TV or anything else. But it sounds like your phone is, or it looks like your phone is on mute. Are the mic settings are right, whatever you're speaking into? Yeah, check to see if the mic settings are right. Because on the stream, it'll show a little
Technology.
microphone and it may have a line through it, which means it's off.
No, there. We tried twice.
It's really fidgety. It'll work great and then give issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Shoot.
Well, somebody else call in. Look, the little thing comes up automatically and tells you the link.
Yeah.
It's the Ecamm Live.
Well, this has been a great conversation.
You know what we should
Call
do?
me. I never
Because
have
there's a
been in
lot
trouble
more
with the
people
law,
on
but I
now
wouldn't know how
than
to act or what to say.
were earlier.
Yeah.
We could remind them and thank everybody so much for 7 days, Jen.
Yeah, Dorinda said she can't hear us. I know, 1,000 subscribers.
Let's check and see what it is now.
Oh, Christina's saying she wants to call in. What's the telephone number?
Oh, you want me to put it back in there again?
M. Christine. Yes. Thank you so much, you guys. 1,000 subscribers. We can't believe it.
Here it comes.
I mean,
anybody, we can
YouTube.
take more than one person too.
She said you keep interrupting each other and it's hard to follow and it's bad manners. Do better. I'm really sorry. I hope it's not the link, because when we were listening, it didn't sound that way on our end, like we were interrupting each other, but it was.
May have been the reverb thing going on.
I hope not. We will do better. I apologize.
You just got scolded. I would.
Goodness.
Major Rammer Jammer. I would call, but I'm currently drinking some Patriot drinking. Okay.
That's fine.
Some Patriot Pride barbecue sauce.
Oh.
Okay.
Somebody's trying.
Jaylene. Let me assign you to guest one, and then. Can you hear us? Now it actually says that you're muted. The guest has muted themselves. I have a message. Sikorsky.
Yay.
Well, now I got to put
Well,
her
Jaylene
on
needs to unmute,
3,
maybe.
and then panel.
This is exciting.
And it says, Sikorsky, it says you're muted too.
So is it on our end? Are we muting people by accident?
No.
Because Adam called in. It was fine.
This one, Jaylene
Can
says,
you hear me?
there you go. I saw you unhit your mute button. We can hear you, Jaylene.
Yeah, you have to mute the chat room on YouTube first, and then unmute the chat for the program that you guys use.
Interesting. Didn't know. So you're guest 3. I don't know why the camera's off though.
Christine is asking, did they post the phone number? I think so.
I did, and I can do it again.
Well, thank you for being nice, everybody. I apologize. I didn't
Yeah, I
think
was trying to see if it would work, so you guys knew if it would work or not. But
Yeah,
it did.
thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you called. Yeah, we got to hear from Adam earlier, so we know it worked. And Patricia called one time. So tell us what you think.
And
There's
there's
Sikorsky.
Sikorsky.
Hey.
Honestly, I don't know because I'm like all confused about it all.
That's so funny. There's just so much information coming from every direction. It's hard not to be.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Jaylene, and we also have, I'll click this thing, it'll put their little name up there.
Sikorsky.
And Sikorsky. Sikorsky's in the
How is your
blue hat.
throat? Is it okay?
It's all right.
Not too bad. How's the move?
I actually haven't finished yet. It'll be at the end of the month.
Okay. Are you still having a hard time with it, or do you feel like it's getting a little bit easier?
I mean, I think it's getting easier once I figured out that this bed behind me,
Yes.
I've decided that I'm just going to tape a $20 bill on it when I leave. So that way, when the maintenance guy comes in and has to take it apart, he won't be so upset with me.
That's actually really smart.
It's a good idea.
That's funny.
I actually know the guy, kind of, you know what I mean? So
Well, that's good.
it's just a little bit less stressful for me, but you know.
So the two of you, give us some thoughts. I mean, now that you've heard us banter back and forth and apparently interrupt each other, well, me interrupt him. So, what do you guys think?
I mean, I think that the most of what I agree with the most on what we've been talking about, or what you guys have been talking about tonight, is that no matter what, the family, and when I say family, I mean definitely Savannah is got to be aware that I wouldn't necessarily say the entire, American public and society and all that stuff, but people are definitely talking. There's a buzz about the fact that it looks abnormal, to not be standing on a street corner beating up, a frying pan with a stick, screaming, just doing every vocal thing you would think about. And so,
especially at her position.
yeah, and there's a part of me that likes to believe, though, because it's we're seeing this portrayed like this, that maybe there is something good actually happening behind the scenes or something. I'd like to believe that.
Yeah, I would too.
And they're just doing what they're being told to, basically just keep a tight lip on it. I mean, she's a journalist. So if anybody knows how to keep a secret, you know what I mean? Like, and if anybody knows how to actually stir stuff up too, it's her. So that's why I just feel like, I don't know. I just think that regardless, there's definitely stuff that we don't know about. 100%. And the reason, and I said that earlier about the Idaho 4 case, because look how quickly that went from being like oh my God, like how are they ever going to figure this out, to, I mean, they literally said they had nothing, and then all of a sudden they had everything that was like, what, off of like the most minuscule amount of something on a snap button on a knife sheath, so I personally, I just think there's no way that they don't have something right now. I feel like
I
a lot
hear
of
that. It
people
makes me feel
say,
good. Like there is something going on.
yeah. I mean, they say they don't, but so what? They could say whatever they want. We don't technically, we're in a new age now. We're in the everybody's on social media, everybody's looking at their phones, everybody, this and that. Like,
That's for
so
sure.
that's why all of us are so hungry for this information, and then look at the family and analyze them as well. And they're like, this doesn't, why don't they care? Maybe we're just seeing it in a different way. We're seeing it like in a microscope, you know what I mean? Or magnifying glass rather, because we have this capability. I mean, we're talking through a camera that's attached to my laptop right now. I wouldn't have been able to do this, like,
Isn't that crazy?
Very true.
yeah. So I mean, and the other part of the family that's not famous and it's not constantly in the media and all that in a normal way, people could chalk that up to like, well, maybe they feel uncomfortable, maybe they don't want to be in the camera, maybe, this and that. But I've watched those clips over and over and over again where they appeared, where they did those videos on Instagram, and
Right.
they just look, I mean, granted, no matter what, Savannah's going to probably look the most like as comfortable as she could be because she's used to being on camera. But the other two, I was just staring at them like the entire time, and I've watched it over and over and over again. And it just seems like,
Yeah.
wouldn't you want to put more out there? Wouldn't you want to keep it going? Wouldn't you want to like I'm not trying to get famous. I'm just having a good time talking to people that share the same interests as me. And man, there's a moth plant. Sorry. And regardless, like I don't care how uncomfortable it made me feel. If my mom was, missing, I would do everything in my power to, I wouldn't stop. I just wouldn't, like, and especially I don't know how much her net worth is, but I'm sure she could use to invest, like, even $1 million probably wouldn't hurt her. You know what I mean? Like to
Definitely not.
just, like whatever. Hey, you streamers want to go stand on the street corners and then, and just keep a buzz going about my mom? Heck yeah,
Yeah, I'd have
I'll
pizzas
be
delivered
down
and
with
stuff.
exactly. Here's a pizza fund for you, for crying out loud. Instead of, entertaining the busybody person of the neighborhood that wants to, have some kind of like, one man, crime, whatever they call it, the neighborhood watch,
Right.
homeowner association, busybody of the neighborhood. And I know everybody in this chat knows what we're all talking about because I absolutely hate homeowners association, neighborhoods. But if that's
Yeah.
your thing, fine. Everybody's got one of those neighbors that's like, hey, I don't think you trimmed your grass to the right level.
Yeah.
Mine
You
is
can't
all
paint your house that color.
yeah, exactly. You can't have, colored Christmas lights, on
We
your
lived in a
trees.
place once where you have the wrong flowers. I mean, they
Yeah.
get
Yeah,
very
you have
particular.
or something, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just
That's an
honestly,
interesting take for sure. I mean, I think that Savannah has definitely, she's a person of means and she has a lot of, with her
Yeah.
her status comes power basically with, I mean, she's a media person. That's what it takes, I think, to get the word out. Who could get the word out more than her? So I see what you're saying. Yeah, she's not using her, was it bully pulpit or whatever properly, I don't think. And you're
yeah,
right. I mean,
Bullhorn. Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't think of that, but yeah.
I was just disappointed when she came out for the memorial. I think that was, it was really strange that I even felt this compelling emotion. It was like, I was sitting there waiting, like, I don't know. It was like, oh, she's going to do it. She's going to do it. Like when they walked out, I thought she's going to turn around and
Yeah,
surprise
and just
everybody
like
and
a
go,
wave or
yeah,
something.
exactly. And when she
Nobody's
didn't,
asking for a thank you. None of us are sitting here, hey, we need a pat on the back or anything. Just
no,
just some kind of like humanistic engagement that doesn't seem like this weird cryptic scripted whatever, like we know she needed to have that engagement with whoever this was, that they wanted us to believe, or maybe that is the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like when she was there and we watched her have that, we understand you now,
Right.
We hear you. Sorry, I'm like dealing with the opposite uh, angle of my camera for some reason. I don't know what's going on, but that's why I keep going out of view.
It's
But
fine. You're fine.
you
No,
know
you
what I
look
mean?
great.
Like that part's over now. It's been so many days now, and because you live this lifestyle, you opened that gate to the American public. You asked everybody to get engaged and get involved and do, ask who, talk to your neighbors, do this, do
Yeah,
that. But
yeah.
then you just then it's crickets. And even if you're being told that you shouldn't talk and you shouldn't say this, you shouldn't say that, okay, where's your family spokesperson then? Where's the person that's like,
That's
we
exactly
want, yeah, we
right.
want the American public to know that our family is actively continuing to, we will not stop until our mother's, is found, or this case is closed, or whatever you got to say. I don't even know. Like, hire me, or I'll do it for free. Just send me something that's legit that I can tell all these people around the world that are probably even like, who cares though? What does she have to say? Well, I think it would put a lot of people's minds at ease though, that you don't feel like this is all just a big facade. That like that you can't help but think,
She says
why?
it, I start to think, yeah, what
You're
Yeah,
right.
she's
exactly.
pointing
Why
out.
are you not really making it seem like you care when you got people that were actual criminals like Susan Smith, who stood there on media, in South Carolina, acting like, oh, my children were kidnapped, when she knew the whole time she was the one that did. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, even people that are guilty are making appearances and being on the media and all that,
True.
and
Yeah.
we're not hearing a peep. We're you don't know nothing. You don't, where's her sister? Where's the brother-in-law? Where's her brother? Where's any of them? And then another point, I'm sorry I keep going, I don't mean to ramble, but
No, you're not rambling. It's fine.
the fact that I was on another stream the other night,
Mm-hmm.
and we're on a panel, and there was somebody I was on a panel with that they had a great point. They were going on about, the interview that she did with Hoda, where she like really was breaking down and crying and
Yeah.
telling everybody
Right.
the details and stuff. And when she made that comment about her brother saying what he said about, this is probably because, you are who you are and all this
Right.
stuff,
I
right?
remember that, yeah.
Like, the person I was on the panel with brought up, like, I can't believe that was said and this and that. And I said, what, that he said that to her? And she said, yeah. And I was like, and you know what else? I can't believe that she even said that though, even. Why even tell us that was said? It's such a horrible thing to have the American public sit there and listen, and be like, yeah, that's true.
You know what? You're
Because
right. I didn't really think about that,
I mean,
Sikorsky.
I've
Convince
never
me.
had a sibling, but if I did, the last thing I'd want to hear is my sibling, even if I knew deep down that it might be the case. That's the last thing I want to hear you tell me, that it's my fault, that mom, something could have happened to mom because of my
Yeah.
involvement, whatever. And furthermore, even if my brother did say that, or sister, whoever, I sure as hell am not going to tell the American public that my brother or sister said that. You know, like, it's just, I don't know. It's just one of those things. It just doesn't look good. It just makes everybody go,
Yeah,
it's
Trisha
true.
just said that interview was kind of cringy and performative. It kind of feels that
Yeah.
way. What
Trisha.
about you, Jaylene?
I think she left.
Oh, she did?
She got
She probably got
yeah.
tired of me yapping.
No.
No, I love
Oh, too
Jaylene.
bad. I don't know why she left.
She had to go
She
do
might come
something.
back.
Yeah, maybe she'll
She,
come back in. No, I'm glad you said that because I feel like a lot of us are thinking a lot of things and don't know how to say it and don't know how to communicate publicly what our thoughts are, what our feelings are. And then you hear somebody else say it and you're like, yeah. And I can see everybody in the chat going, exactly. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like
She didn't
there's,
have eye contact, but I noticed that. It was a really awkward thing. And you hear all the rumors of behind the scenes that they don't really get along or whatever. I don't know if any of that's true. I hate that kind of thing, but they sure seemed like they
well,
were best friends on that thing.
well, and like you said about the sibling thing, I feel like there's a lot of things that we may say to our siblings or a family member in the heat of the moment, and this is some kind of duress that I hope none of us ever have to go through or feel. I can't imagine the amount of stress that all of them have been under. I just can't. And especially in the heat of the moment and the realization, or maybe the, slap in the face realization that this is bad. Like, this is really bad. Like, something really bad has happened. This isn't just a medical emergency. And maybe that's what was happening. But to your point, I'm not sure I would have revealed to the public that vulnerability in our conversation, because sometimes we say things we don't mean, or it wasn't intended to come out the way that it did. And I think most of us would hope that whoever the recipient was of something like that knows you well enough to know that I know they didn't mean it that way. I know what they were trying to
Yeah.
convey. And to your point, I don't think that most of us would have revealed that private conversation publicly. So, having said that, why do you think she did?
Yeah.
I think that she did it because she was probably genuinely, what I really believe is that she really is grieving. Like, I feel like she genuinely is 100% grieving, and she probably is in a complete, like, haze about it. And for whatever reason, there's still people that are, on a certain network that I'm not going to say the three letters, but we all know who,
Right.
that
Yeah.
probably just cared about ratings and didn't 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 vet enough of that what was going to be said on air, or they vetted it and they decided, yeah, let's leave that, let's let her say that, when really her publicist or whoever, her PR person, probably should have told her, I don't think you should say that on air.
Yeah, I agree.
Because don't
That's a
you feel
little
like
bit,
that was very scripted anyway?
I think it was partly scripted, but I also think it was I think it was just a little bit too emotionally off the cuff. Like, when people say, like, when you're really emotional about something, think first, before you act. And I think she was charged up with emotion and was just wanted the world to feel how she felt. Because I bet you, if he really said that to her, that made her feel like somebody just stabbed her, like, right in the gut. You know what I mean? Like that. I mean,
How do
just
you not?
imagine. You know what I mean? Like, imagine, like, if you really truthfully feel that you could be 100% or at least 98% responsible indirectly for the reason that your
Yeah.
mother is no longer around.
Have you heard
You
of
know,
this? That they said Savannah Guthrie is taking, thank you, Lynn, another leave. In my opinion, something might be getting ready to break. Is she taking another leave? I mean, she may be going on
The
vacation or
problem
something.
is I don't watch the Today Show anymore. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. We used
well,
to.
they all have, like, weird, like, see, the thing is the networks, when it gets around this time, they all have these weird breaks and stuff
Yeah,
anyway.
That's what I was
exactly
thinking,
right.
like a normal vacation before school
Yeah,
or
I don't know
something.
about her, but I mean, there has been talks about, the protocol about, if something was going to come up and stuff, like what would happen, and they would pull her, offset, and then she would, at some point a statement would come out. But my personal opinion is that, you know, I mean, we're just completely at the mercy of whoever's really in control of the case. And I still don't think that anybody really knows even the truth behind that, whether the FBI is really doing whatever they're doing, what exactly Pima County
What do
Sheriff's
you
doing.
think?
Personally, I think at this point, I think the FBI is doing stuff. I
I do
think
too.
I think it's the fact that the stuff went from Florida to Quantico and it's been not even talked about, and and then the way the ransom notes were debunked and then technically halfway debunked. I just, I don't know. I think there's just it's gonna be like one of those things where, like, maybe in a couple weeks or something, they're gonna be like, oh, there's DNA. The DNA's come back. And then all of a sudden everybody's mind's blown because it ends up being something completely just
Yeah.
like way more closer to home than what everybody wanted it to be. And
Yeah.
you know, like wasn't there a certain house that was being looked at a lot, luminol
Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff? I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, that's what we were
just saying.
showing tonight. I mean, and that's the thing. It's all fact. It's all public. And I appreciate that Pima County came out and said they're cleared, so we have to believe that. However, there's been a number of law enforcement that have come out saying until the FBI says it, I'm having a hard time, taking that as golden and truth. But having said that, if we, go off course from where a lot of us are leaning, then who's involved? Who would gain from her being gone besides just maybe causing pain to Savannah? I think that most of us have debunked, and even some law enforcement have debunked that it had anything to do with anything in her home. There was too much reconnaissance going on and a month in advance. This was
Yeah.
this was a hit. So why?
But I feel like Truth Warriors, he's right.
What?
Like they don't
How
owe
or
us
she?
anything. Oh, she, yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
She,
Yeah.
Truth Warrior 1, 2, 3, 4. They don't owe us anything. That's not how it works. They have a job to do and they're doing it. They keep the public informed on
Well,
what
that's
they
what
feel
of
like they
course
need
he's
to.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everyone, I think we're all in agreement with that. I don't want to know anything I'm not supposed to know if it's
Yeah.
going to, keep it dragged out longer.
I mean, it's kind of like my son said, or joked. It's none ya. It's none ya business.
Like
I mean,
I hate to keep bringing it up, but like even the Idaho 4 case, you know,
yeah.
we know barely anything. You know what I mean? Like we really don't really know
Yeah,
a
that
whole
wrapped up all of a sudden when we weren't expecting it to because they were
Exactly.
already following the guy or whatever.
And who knows if we'll ever know, you know,
I don't
if that
know.
guy's going to give some crazy interview one day or, you know, whatever. Who knows? I mean, I still have a hard time believing he did it by himself. I don't know why, but it just seems crazy that,
There's a
you know,
lot of
not to shift the
people.
topic or anything, but I'm just like, that blows my mind in some ways that, like, wow, like, you know, but the only people that really know, I guess, is him, you know? So, but the
That's
same
such a
thing. I mean,
horrible
what you know,
case.
that could happen with this case too. Something could come out and they could say, you know, it's this person. We got the person, and then they just take some kind of plea and plead guilty, and then that's that. You know, and then everybody's still sitting here going, "You remember the Nancy Guthrie case? Like
Yeah.
that was crazy." You know?
Well, it's like this John Bonet thing. I mean, I think we're all surprised that we now know they have the unknown male DNA. It's like, what's going on? But then, even John Ramsey has said, I'll pay for it, because they're saying it's hundreds of thousands of dollars to do all the testing. So I think that's
Mhm.
why the Cold Case Foundation is involved in trying to get some stuff done. But to your point, I don't know. Are we ever going to find this out? I think all of us are kind of in this, huddle together through live streamers to vent our frustrations and come together thinking that maybe by some grace of God, somebody has some tip or some idea that solves this. I still believe that somebody in Tucson recognizes that man. I very, very strongly believe that. If that was my son in that ski mask, I would know it was my
Yeah.
son.
I mean,
There's
I don't know anyone that looks like that, but know what you mean. Like if you know who that is, you know who it is probably just from the eyes. I mean,
Well,
there's a
there was
definite
somebody in the
shape there.
chat earlier that said something. I think it was in your chat. I'm pretty
oh
sure I
shoot.
saw somebody say something along the lines of everybody in that neighborhood knows who it is,
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
they
That was
haven't
Oh
said
interesting.
anything
shoot. I
because they
missed
know
it.
it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I probably could find it.
Just kind of makes you. It's just like the Oxum razor or whatever thing. You know, it just really makes me think. Like I hate to say it, and I'm just saying allegedly in my opinion, but
Yeah, I know.
I do a
It's not
servant.
looking good, is it?
no, it's not. And if they comes out one day and they're completely exonerated, cleared, whatever you want to call it, fine. I'll be the first one to say I was wrong with my gut the entire time. My gut was telling me this, but me and Adam are kind of on the same page. I mean, we still will totally entertain all these other theories and everything. I mean, I think it's very interesting that there's all these rabbit holes you can go down with this case to believe it or not. But I still just think it's too much of a some people say, "Oh, the family.
Thank you,
How could you?
Tracy.
How could you say that? How could you think that? Look at all these other cases where family members have done things to their families that you would never think would have happened. And it was all over money, unfortunately."
Well, when I saw, I don't think we had that graphic tonight, but the graphic that I shared the other night about, I kept hearing this, people say statistically this, statistically that. And I'm like, I want to read it. I don't like when people, it's not that I don't trust people. I'm just one of those people that I want to see it. And the statistics were over 65% of elderly females that are abducted or deceased due to, you know, no fault of theirs, is generally, what was it, 80% of it, or it was over 60, it was like over, now that I just said that, I think it was almost 70% was family. And it was due to not wanting to care for that person anymore to get him out of the way, or to inherit and get them out of the way for inheritance. And it was generally a son or a grandson. It made me absolutely
Oh, Dr.
ill
Bricado. Yeah.
Yeah.
to read it. What, Dr. Bricado?
Didn't you the one that said that?
No, I
Oh.
looked it up on actual, it was
Oh, that was you.
one of the
Yeah.
college universities did a big study on it, did the whole thing. It came out not too long ago. It's within the last 5 years. And I put up the statistics on it and it was freaking me out because I'm like, I guess they're right. And so when you take the emotions out of it, because none of us want to believe that anybody in that family had anything to do with it. And then the police are telling us they didn't. So when the statistics are that high for family, then the question is, why else? And usually they're left behind if it's a home invasion and something has happened and has gone wrong. They're not taken. So that in itself is a risk, which Brian, you know, explained to us on his episode. I think you were there for that, where he was like, it just, that's a whole nother risk because now your DNA's in their car. And, their DNA's in your car. All this stuff, it just puts you at a whole nother level of now what am I going to do with the body? You just leave it behind. So it's not adding up for the logic. And then if you bring the emotion back into the logic of it, who would do this?
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's also a good possibility that she, I mean, I guess there's maybe digital proof of what happened or when her last whereabouts or this or that. But I just have a really hard time with just going back through the timeline and just the fact that it's just too coincidental to me. They had some kind of get together, and then then she's missing right after that happened. Like it just, the 2 minutes going in the garage, like all that stuff is just so like BS to me. Like I feel like if I was I would have had like a detailed, okay, this is exactly what I watched her do. This is what happened, this and that, blah blah blah. And it's not like that at all. It's like, well, she came over, we brought her home. We, the garage door was open. She, and it's just so like what, like,
Well, somebody
and
just
then
said in the chat, why Kay Beach said, so why hasn't the family been arrested then? And that's what I was asking my brother-in-law. And for those of you that are just joining the chat, my brother-in-law, Glenn's sister's husband, was in a homicide detective for over 20 years. And so we had him on our very first episode, and we were able to ask him some of these questions. Like, at this stage in the game, of the case, I should say, not game, it's been 5 months. So why hasn't somebody been arrested if that's them? And he said, I'll tell you why. And he said, I've had cases where I've had, 3 or 4 different pieces of evidence that this person did it. And he said, and I presented it in a neat little package to the DA, and the DA looked at it and went, that's not going to work. And he's like, what do you mean it's not going to work? I'm going to need more. And then the DA would go over those specific pieces of evidence and say, this is what a defense attorney is going to say. This is what a defense attorney, and all of that, I need more.
Yeah,
so,
because everything needs to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. It's going to have to stand up in court. Otherwise, it's just all for a waste. And then they're not going to be able to have another
family or random, whoever the person is, whoever they're looking at, it's got to be defensible. And I think it's just frustrating because we feel like we should have answers by now.
Well, and someone said a minute ago, Trishy, I think, said a minute ago that the cops can lie or whatever. And it's like, we verified that they can and do specifically on purpose. So
He said that. He said that they would tell
that's a
people
method of detective work,
Dude,
is to get something out to the public that's just not true.
because
it's
he told us
you can
about
go watch
what do
you
you
can go
call it?
watch it on YouTube.
What's that?
Anybody. There's I don't mean to interrupt you, but there's tons
No.
of like I forget what channel it is. There's there's certain like law and crime, and then there's another channel I watch every once in a while where they have a lot of like interrogation videos,
Oh, okay.
of like actual cases, and you can watch it, and they do it all the time. There's like a guy that'll narrate, and he's like a psychologist, and he's showing you all the different tactics that the interrogators use and stuff. I mean, except of course once the person says they want to talk to their attorney,
Yeah, that's
then it's
it.
over. But they can say whatever the heck they want and lie and all kinds of stuff to get people to just like they can do it to us too. They don't have to say anything. Brian Enton saying that his sources are telling him that they don't have anything. Okay, I could believe that, but I could also believe that they could be telling him that just like
Purposely,
they're
yeah.
exactly.
Well, that's what we asked Brian. I said, Brian, like, what about like passing a polygraph? We have no evidence. Like, I was telling him all the stuff that we were hearing, and he goes, okay. And I said, what does that mean? He goes, I've told people that they've passed a polygraph when they did not. I go, you did? And he goes, yeah. And I've also told the public that. And I said, why? And he goes, because you've got to remember the more information that we give out about stuff like that, he said, the more it puts us in jeopardy of not being able to get the information that we need to make it a case that is defensible. It's like we are indefensible, I guess, against the person. What am I trying to say? In other words, be able to prosecute that person to the fullest degree. And so
Right.
his point is that a lot of times when they give out said information like, oh, they passed the polygraph, oh, they're cleared, that a lot of times it was done on purpose to get those people to make a move, to get more comfortable, to, go out and do things that might put them in jeopardy of being caught. Having said that, I don't like being in front of a camera putting that out to the public, like, so just by the way, they lie and
Mm.
they tell you certain things, or
Mm.
that they don't have anything. I happen to really trust Maureen O'Connell. Do you watch her
Oh
on?
yeah. Yeah.
And have you seen that she said that she thinks that they're really like super close, 70% sure that they're about to nail the porch
I
guy?
believe I believe it.
But did you
I
see that?
also go ahead.
Did you see that recently? One of them, I can't remember. Was it on? Who was it? It was one of the streamers live streams. It was where they have law enforcement on there. And oh, you know who it was? It was I think it was Como's show. And he was talking for News
Newsmax
Nation.
or News Nation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Sorry.
And he had like one of the crime guys who also has his own show on. And he said Maureen O'Connell came out and he goes, "Look, she's FBI and I tend to trust FBI. But what do you think about what she said?" And he goes, "I have to tell you, I don't believe it. I don't believe that somebody out there would be giving her that information, because I think anybody that has that information would be keeping it close to the vest." So I'm always curious when people say my source, are they playing games with us too? Like, I
Brian
don't
Enton could
know.
be getting played, or they're using him. Someone just said it because of his following. It's a good way to get
Oh,
the information you want out.
I have to put my readers
I
on to read
mean,
that. Far
what's
away
your
is that
face?
traffic.
Who was it? Ashley Banfield. I mean, she was coming out with stuff too. I mean, she was the one that came out and said that she had a source that said that there
Yeah,
was blood on the inside of the door, the same exact pattern that we see on the outside of the door. Which made everybody kind of go,
Whoa. Yeah.
okay, so was she taken out through the front door? You know, she must have. Why were the back doors propped open? Was that the
yeah.
original plan to go out the
So many
back? Like all
questions.
kinds of things make you. It also makes me think that there's a still strong possibility that part of the scene was staged, and like we were saying earlier,
I
that they
agree.
did
Yeah.
release it early because they at some point agreed that they could, although I like what Maureen O'Connell said about how she would have loved to have just had another run through, with a team
Yeah.
of FBI people and just,
But she also said that she was like 75% sure that they have something and it's about to come out. Now, 2 days later, which was about a couple of days ago, someone asked her, "Are you still 75%?" She says, "Well, I'm at 70 now."
Oh, Inner Strength just corrected me. She said that Maureen said that it was her gut, not a source.
Yeah.
I thought she said it was a source. Okay. Then I incorrectly stated that. I apologize. Well,
no,
again, I don't know that Maureen would come out with a gut instinct that they're that close without having a source. That's my thought.
Well, either way, she was 75 and she lowered it to 70, but that's still way high. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I love Brian Enton. I love all these people, and I'm trusting them. I just
Brian's great.
When he says that they don't have anything,
he's reporting what was told to him. That's it.
And I'm not believing him. I'm just a little bit more on the Santa Claus side, where please have something. Please be real that you've got something else hidden that we don't know about. I mean, I don't know.
Hopefully.
Here's a thing too. I mean, this is one of those like rabbit holes for me that I can kind of get behind, but I also
You're
still
right,
just
Ellie.
need somebody to connect the dots. And it's one of those things where basically think about it this way. What if allegedly the family, as in, SG, and someone else in the family was protecting her mom because of something that Savannah knows, right? And so they got her out of the picture and put her in a safe location, and then it looked like, something bad happened when really nothing did, and that's why they're acting all weird and kind of want us to, why are y'all paying attention to it? It was, this and that. Why is it such a big, I don't know. There's different things like that going on out there that are kind of making you scratch your head about it too. But I have such a hard time in trying to figure out, but why her, and what does Savannah know? And, no offense to Savannah, but it's not like she's like, like a Brad Pitt or a Tom Cruise or some famous actor or actress that, if somebody was obsessed with her that would, want to mess with her, hey, this is how you do it. And coincidentally, of all nights, why on a night that, within hours of her being dropped off by her family, quote unquote, it just seems all too coinky-dink to me. It just does.
I don't like that. To your point, I don't like that there's no other digital data that has been shared with us about her getting home. That seems a little interesting to me. And the fact that Nanos did specifically say that they have video of before the incident and after the incident, just not during the incident, then I go, I mean, throw us a bone. Show us the before the incident. I don't know. What did it say? Maureen's gut is also based on our idea that law enforcement is ethical.
Look at that neighborhood. If you look at it by Google Maps overhead, just look at where the house is and then look at where the entrance is. Like, do you really think that some random? No, it wasn't. Obviously, it wasn't random. We can all agree that.
Well, there's a couple things. If you look at the map, I mean, come on. Look at where her little house is. That's not random, I don't think.
Well, I mean, and if you really could zoom in, it looks like there's 2 streets or something. There's not. There's like a million streets. And it's so far away from Highway 77. It's far away from, I mean, like I said, my grandparents lived about 5 minutes north of Nancy's house. And I used to go down Sunrise Drive, and it's the fact that there was a neighbor. I don't know if you were watching a live stream or when this happened. It was so creepy to me and just kind of obvious to me that something was really weird. Was excuse me, and again, I have Invisalign, so I sound kind of weird sometimes. The guy was a neighbor and had his house up for sale. And apparently his neighbors were texting him that during the open house with his realtor that there was some strange guy and that was coming around, and apparently it made such an impact that not one neighbor, multiple neighbors texted him about said strange guy walking around his house. And he got nervous because his realtor was a woman and she didn't have anybody there with him. So he thought, I'll go back and check this out. When he got there, the guy was gone. He asked if there was any way to see anything, log or anything, of this gentleman being there. The point is, he drove over to Nancy's house. There happened to be a deputy still there. This is remember when they still had somebody in the driveway that was constantly watching the house
Yeah.
and kind of had it
Yeah.
blocked? It was this time. So he repeats it to one of the live streamers. And he goes, I've been trying to call the police department. They won't take my call. And I'm afraid that it's going to get lost at the bottom of the pile, which is interesting for our last show. He said, I wanted to talk to somebody in person. So he told the deputy what had happened. And he goes, I don't know if it's relevant, but I felt like I just needed to say something. And the deputy was like, talk to him for a second. Then the live streamer asked him some questions. The guy gets in his car, drives up to the live streamer and says, I'm so sorry to bother you, but can you tell me how to get out of this neighborhood? What? He just said that he lives in the neighborhood somewhere. He got the address to come over, but he couldn't figure out. Well, he goes, can somebody tell me how to get out of here? Like, what is the fastest way to get out of here? And I know that most of us have our GPS, but I think he was just kind of frantic in the moment. He knew he'd been on camera and some other stuff. And I thought, this is the point. Whoever went to this house either had to use GPS or knew that place like the freaking back of their hands. There's no other way. And we know that they didn't use GPS. I mean, well, I think we know because they're saying that there was no digital evidence from that night to track anybody. It just, and that possibly a jammer was used. I don't know. I just feel like whoever it was, this wasn't that random. Somebody had to know that neighborhood like the back of their hand to get in and out of there without a trace.
I think it wasn't random, and I think that whoever's involved, they went in through the back and did whatever they did. And then the footage that you see of the door cam person is because they were going to bring her out the front. And that guy was taking
Getting the camera on, yeah, for them
guy
to
was
leave
taking
out the
the camera
front.
off. He was walking up casually like that because he already knew it was there. Yeah, so what? And he probably didn't care because he was going to take it off. And he probably assumed that once he took it off, the footage wasn't going to exist anyway, But unfortunately, for him it did. And regardless, people still look at it and go, but who dresses like that? And who, intentionally with a holster with a gun like that and all that, or pew-pew like that, still. Because maybe they were not a real legit perp, maybe they were just somebody that was
Do you think it
involved
was even somebody that took her, or do you think it was just the entire camera incident was just completely staged and he had nothing to do with taking her?
I think there's
What
a
is your? Because
possibility
there's a lot of
that-
people that think that he was just literally be seen on camera and exit stage left.
I think there's two scenarios. Either he was definitely involved in the whole thing and took the camera off as part of, being able to get her out, or it was staged of him doing that so that they would have that footage to then release, and be like, see, this is what happened, when really something happened to her already and we're all sitting around talking about all this crazy stuff when really it's just mom lent some money to one of the family members and
Check on the dog.
they had a disagreement about it. I don't know, it could be anything. I'm sorry, but family is awesome. Family, everybody loves family, everybody hates family, whatever you want to call it. Money makes family do weird stuff. I've seen the true colors come out in people when there's money involved, and it's really sad. and not for
Awful.
nothing, but like even if you throw out like a theory of like just put yourself in like like A and T's scenario. Like imagine if you're feeling any, even if you're close to your sister and you're tight, but you have somewhat of a resentment going on because maybe you've been having to deal with a lot more of the load, the everyday to day stuff with mom. Maybe there's a lot of
Yep.
stuff that you really have to deal with, and maybe in some ways, how are you supposed to really get your payday? There's not really a way to do that, and then you got this other person maybe chomping in your ear telling you maybe this is how we need to. Just saying, like, there's all kinds of crazy theories you could throw around out there, and nobody really knows what's going on behind someone's, closed doors.
Well,
Everybody can
and
portray themselves a certain way on camera and to the American public, but you know,
Well, and what the true personalities and, like you said, what the true relationships are. I mean, what we see on camera look like loving individuals that really care about each other. But like you said, I mean, sometimes family dynamics are are really interesting, and not always on the up and up. And it's not always what you see is what you get, So I don't know. I
absolutely.
mean, I know that inheritance, all of that stuff gets really ugly. I always say if it wasn't yours yesterday, you can't cry about it not being yours tomorrow. So stop with the expectations. But the reality is there's a lot of families that they expect. And if
And
there's a certain, amount of work that's going in or what they see as work, I personally got the pleasure of taking care of my grandparents multiple times, and I thought of it as a pleasure. I never thought of it as work. It's some of my most cherished memories is being with them through some difficult times, but I know that not everybody feels that way. However, you would hope in a family like the Guthries that if there was some sort of emotional or physical burden that was being felt by one family member, that there would be a conversation of, I'm feeling a little taxed. I'm
right,
feeling a
exactly.
little overwhelmed. And with the amount of, funds that we're discussing here, there would be more than enough room. Sorry, I had to go take care of our little puppy. That's not a puppy anymore, but um, I would hope that there was a conversation of, let me take care of that. We'll get a healthcare worker in. And I guess a lot of us have heard, I think I've heard a couple times that there was a healthcare worker that came in every once in a while. I don't have that for fact. And somebody said in the chat a while back, that could be why there were cameras in the house. It was strictly to keep an eye on other people helping within the home.
Yeah.
Um, I
Oh yeah,
guess.
definitely
Oh,
possibility
hey,
for
Glenn.
sure.
Alex said, "What? No hi for me." Criminal Network, Alex.
Oh, Alex from
Yeah,
Criminal.
he's back. Yeah, you should call in, Alex. You should call
Yeah,
in.
for real.
I
For
mean,
real.
Sikorsky.
Yes.
I'm. I think everybody is just so overwhelmed at the emotional part of this that it's hard to see straight. And I think it's both sides. We're overwhelmed with the thought that stop talking about the family. The family has been cleared. Let's move on. Let's find another, thing to obsess over. And then, and quite frankly, I'm there on some days, and then I go back. I think this teeter totter of emotions and facts and no facts and uh, it just, you don't
Here's
know.
another theory I have. I think another
Yeah.
reason why Savannah and excuse me, A and T and whoever else C have not come out and had any more press conferences or whatever you want to call it is because there's so much of this chatter going on about why haven't, and they know that people are going to want to have a follow up. Okay, well, what do you have to say about that? Let's questions, and no, it's just going to be a, they don't want any more, they don't need any more backlash, any more
Thank you.
buzz. They want it to just kind of just die out. If I was Savannah's PR person though,
Yeah.
like legal person, I don't have legal, whatever. I mean, Juanita might know something on this, but I feel like get a spokesperson for the family, have them release a statement every other couple days, you know what I mean? Like how they should have had for Nanos, you know what I mean? But they didn't. It should be something like that, you know, where they just continue to say the same thing even. You know, the family is, you know, continuing to, you know,
Agreed.
exactly, you know, something
100%.
like that. Instead of, you know, this whatever's been going on towards the YouTube streamers and, you know, like just I don't know. It's just in my opinion it's like at some point something's got to give, you know, something has got to give
So if you
because
were to be Maureen and had to put a percentage on where you think this case is going very soon, what is your gut instinct? Since none of us have a source. Alex, do you have a source?
my gut instinct is still leaning towards that there's going to be a reveal at some point and it's going to make everybody go, oh man, are you serious? We've been looking over here this whole time when really it was
Yeah, that's usually the
you
way
know?
it goes too. It's
Not what you thought.
And you know what? The person might
you
even
can
be
think
walking
about
around
that
the
now.
whole entire time. Just, you know what I mean? Like as somebody that, and I'm not even saying still that it could be directly with the family. You know, it could be indirectly. It
Right,
could
right,
even
right.
be someone not even that the family even necessarily knows
Like
that it would
coworker.
have been
Yeah.
yeah. But you know, either way, it's somebody that knows exactly how to get in there, what to deal with, knew where the cameras were, all that stuff. Because here we are, X amount of days, still talking about it. You know, in a neighborhood that you're telling me that nobody saw anything, like nothing.
Well, I didn't like that they kept painting the neighborhood as being this,
Somebody knows.
it kept I agree. I feel like they keep painting it like it was, something out of, the 1950s sitcom of,
Yeah.
everybody knows everybody and it's so happy go lucky
Yeah.
and I need to borrow a cup of sugar.
Everybody gets along.
Yeah, and then we find out that no, there's like multiple, at least that's what one neighbor said is there's a certain element in the neighborhood that has not been, on the up and up, and some of them have been in and out of, places. At least that's the rumor. I have no confirmation of this. This is allegedly. I just I, now are we naive? I think every neighborhood has that. It's the oh, I didn't know. I think we've kind of it's like what is that comedian's name that's Italian? We always
Tom
talk about him, and
Segura?
I don't know. And now that person that's in the chat goes, she keeps forgetting
Yeah.
names. Sorry, I'm not a celebrity person. No, nor do I remember names. I have him
Oh
and my
yeah.
sister that remembers it.
It's like something Mondo or Sucamando.
He's hilarious, is the
Yeah.
point. And he's a Gen Xer, and he talks about. Does anybody remember back in the day when your parents would have coffee cake from Entman's, and it was that's for company. Nobody can eat it. That's for company. He goes, who's company? And the doorbell would ring, and come on, it's company. And you bring
Yeah.
out the Entenmann's. And he goes, and now here we are. And the doorbell rings, and everybody's like, shh, don't move. They might see us in the house. Get down,
Yeah.
So I think as much as
So
we
true.
laugh about it, the reality is I don't think that neighborhoods are the way they used to be. I don't think, people are meeting their neighbors as often as they used to. We are the type of people, in fact, we had somebody move in next door. I saw the moving trucks. I'm like, oh, they've moved in. I got a nothing bundt cake
Yeah,
with
we're
a
out and
cute,
about, and she goes, nothing but cake. Pull in. I'm like, okay.
get a cute little thing
She
with a
comes
house
out with
on
it
it,
all nice.
trying to meet the neighbors. I finally had to throw the cake away because it didn't show up. So I'm like, I guess
They were
these
over there
people.
moving. By the time we got back, the truck was gone, and we haven't seen him in a week.
I like meeting my neighbors. I like to know who is living next door, but I know that that's not necessarily everybody's reality. And a lot of people are private or not very social.
Well, when we moved in here, we were here a couple of days, and one of the neighbors came up on their side by side, and we have a mile-long driveway to get here. That kind of surprised me. Like I would never do that
The
nowadays.
kids and the dog and
Yeah, there's kids and a dog, and we have a dog, and that wasn't very good, but I was glad. I mean, I don't mind, and they have what is it, a texting group that anything
In the
goes
whole
on around here.
neighborhood. Yep.
Yeah, and we don't see our neighbors. They're far away, but it's the one road, I guess.
But having said that, Nancy's
It's
neighborhood, it
different.
sounds like there may be a little bit more of an element than people were being
Something.
honest about. And I don't, there's some very confusing things like, what about her Airbnb? And
Whiskey sours for the neighbors.
oh,
That's a
oh,
neighborhood.
that's nice. Yeah. Oh, that
Or
is
the
nice.
bourbon balls or rum balls. I remember
Yeah.
people used to make those.
But like she was renting the cottage out. I mean, that whole thing, I wasn't sure if that was true, but it sounds like Alex like found a connection there on that
Wait a minute.
potentially.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, so I think, and Alex can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Tina Abnusi, or at least that's what I'm hearing from him. I don't know any proof of
Contacted
this.
Nerdy and he gave her your physical address?
I think she stated, or he's saying that he heard that she
Doxed
stayed
him.
in the casita and at one point, and like she was renting it out, which I don't know that I would be comfortable with my mother that had mobility issues. And I don't know how long ago this was, but I don't think it was that long ago that was, staying in the casita. I don't know that I would feel comfortable with somebody doing that. I feel like in this state, we had an Airbnb, but we vetted them, like highly vetted them, and we would say no sometimes. Yeah,
I mean,
he's
you never
saying,
know. I mean, look at Kato Kalin. You know what I mean? Like he was just
but he was just a nice guy. He was just probably a pot smoking surfer dude. It's like,
He's like a
yeah, man, it was OJ Simpson's
beach bum.
house. Yeah, it's just I don't think he was nefarious. He was just.
no, but I mean, I'm just saying, like people have all
But
kinds of
OJ
people.
wasn't 84 and immobile.
That's true.
I mean,
That's
Alex
true.
does go live, doesn't he?
what?
Someone said that's why Alex doesn't go live.
For what?
Because someone doxed him. He doesn't go live. I'm like, he's always live.
Recently? I don't
I
know.
don't know, every time I
Alex,
watch
you
him.
should come on and talk to us about it. I don't know.
He's gonna jump over to 857 in a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, tell Damien I said hi. I don't. Again, this is where you feel like a jerk because or I do. I'm not saying you. I feel like a jerk for judging somebody. I don't know. Maybe she was super independent. She wanted to make her own money. She was like, I want to rent it out. It's just sitting there, and rent it out. I just don't feel like it's
we
safe.
saw the letter you posted it on.
Yeah, that is crazy.
It didn't look like it was very. The attorney didn't spend a lot of time on that letter. It was very form
He said he
written with a
still
lot
goes
of weird
live.
terms. Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't
definitely.
interrupt
I
you.
mean,
Somebody's going to get mad.
oh,
at me
you're
again.
going to get in trouble.
I am going to get in trouble. I was just trying to read it fast.
It's probably someone that's like me, a little older, and they couldn't keep up with what was going on. But
I just
things
don't
move fast with the chat and all that. It's just sorry, got to talk over each other a little bit.
Well, it's usually
What?
me. It's usually me.
Oh.
My brain moves too fast. I want to be able to understand her situation, like much like you. I want to understand who would do this.
Oh, I didn't know
And
Nerdy was related.
if she was being put at risk with exposure to people that weren't being vetted all the way, that's a concern. I will, okay, on a last note on from me on this, do you find it, or a question, I should say, last question to you. Do you find it odd that her church ladies have been asked to not talk to anybody? My sister said no. She said, I think I would ask because of the publicity to
A lot of people are okay with that.
not say anything, and they're fine with it. I personally find it odd that in all of this, that we have not found one person that at least knows the church ladies to go, yeah, they called Annie like around 9 a.m. or they called it. Do you find it odd that we don't know anything about when they called Annie to say when she was missing, and that all of that has been like squashed?
I don't know if enough about law and legal stuff, but if you look at the angle of the fact that Savannah's not really saying anything, there could be some behind the scenes kind of legal, like maybe an NDA kind of something along those kind of lines,
Okay.
technical terms. I don't know all that stuff, but maybe that's going on. Maybe, like
Being
me, I was born in '80, so I'm used to like the Inquirer and the Sun, and
You're a
like things,
youngin.
people getting paid to, hey, come on Inside Edition. Let me, I'll pay you 10 grand to come on here and tell us that you were the
yeah.
neighbor. You know what I mean? Just like anything and everything. And maybe those people have been talked to, and maybe they've been instructed
You know
by.
what though? I mean, everybody knows this too, is that I was in a business where we did a lot of NDAs. We would prepare them for our clients. And Jennifer and I have signed a lot of NDAs because of a business we used to own where people didn't want other people to know they were visiting us. Got it. They're not worth the paper they're written on. There's no such thing as a real. Sure, someone can take you to court and sue you, and they're never going to get anything out of it. I mean, it's almost semantics. Like, oh, sign this, and it's like my grandfather used to say, locks are for honest people.
Yeah.
Right.
Those are for
Exactly. It's like the
honest people.
honest
Yeah. If most people see a lock and they go, oh, I'm not supposed to go in there. You put a lock on something, and a true criminal is going to go, that's where I want to go because there's a lock on it. It's same thing with that. It's like, I'm having you sign it because I know you're hopefully a decent and good person. So that's why they have them sign those. But nobody really has to abide by any of that.
Well, even okay, but
I'm not giving legal advice. I'm just saying, in my personal
No.
experience, I've said things that outside of an NDA, knowing that they couldn't do anything about it because of the way they were handling themselves. And
But since you both brought that up, let's give a scenario here. Nancy goes missing. Everything's chaos. Police are giving, statements. Savannah's trying to figure out how to catch a plane to get down here. Cameron's trying to figure out how to catch a plane or drive down there, whatever the situation is. We're talking at least 24, 48 hours before things were settling into a routine of don't talk to anybody, whatever, right? In those 24 to 48 hours of chaos, you're telling me that not one of those ladies spoke to anybody and said, yeah, it was
Probably not.
awful. We were freaked out. We couldn't get a hold of Nancy. She didn't show up.
yeah,
What do you think?
Where's the proof to anybody? Just like Truth Warrior said earlier, none of us are entitled to anything right now. But where's the proof of the last time that they even interacted with her? Like I thought that there was something that came out where that said that they were doing like virtual church together. You know
thanks,
what I mean?
Alex.
Like,
We'll see you
Right.
later.
So what it was, just to clarify, and I did read more up on this, and I think I can confidently say that this is the truth, but I'm not going to swear on it. But apparently they used to get together to watch virtual church of Savannah's church in New York. That's what I understood. So her last service, somebody said that the last service, because of weather or whatever, that particular day was normally at 10 a.m., which would have been 8 a.m. Tucson time, but it actually was 11 a.m., I guess, Tucson time, or I mean, New York time. So it was like 9 a.m. Anyway, somewhere between 9 and 10 a.m. Tucson time is when she didn't show up. So my question was, did they wait a full hour? And then to call Annie and Tommaso, but for all I know, Annie and Tommaso could have been camping and didn't know about it and then had to drive all the way back to Tucson. I just thought it was very interesting that the timeline was that they supposedly showed up at 11 a.m. Then it switched to 11:56 with no explanation. When asked repeatedly by reporters, why did the timeline change, and he wouldn't answer it. And even so, let's put it at the latest point, 11:56, and say that's truth. So now it's even longer for them to call her or get a hold of them. I mean, again, I don't know. Maybe they were out of town. It just seems, but out of town from the night when they dropped her off. I mean, I was like trying to rationalize it.
I don't
Half of
think
this stuff
so.
is.
I think that I mean, I hate to say that, always going towards this way, but that to me right there, that's just another way of looking at trying to get your ducks in a row, trying to figure out what are we going to say? What are we going to, how do we explain?
I hope you're wrong, but I get it.
I really hope I'm wrong. You know, I hope that, 2 months from now, they're going to be like, oh my God, she's in Costa Rica, you know? Like we had to get it, like,
She's
and
on the
then,
beach. Yeah.
So Diana has to make a statement to the entire, world that says, this, I apologize to the American public for putting everybody through this charade, but the reason that this happened is because I had to, protect my mom's safety for some crazy whatever reason,
Yeah.
that we'll find out one day. That would be amazing. You know what I
That
mean?
would
But
be very amazing. Unfortunately,
unfortunately,
I don't feel like they would kept
no.
up this charade the whole time like that. But getting, back to the church ladies, I just feel like you don't think they told a neighbor or somebody in that 48 hours that
I
hasn't
mean,
told another person that we would go, oh yeah, this is. I just feel like it's on Reddit somewhere and we haven't seen
well,
it.
Oh my gosh. Reddit.
I think Inner Strength. She's one of my friends in the chat. I think Inner Strength mentioned that,
Yeah,
which I
she
do
said
remember this. She said something about Chris McDonough's wife, supposedly
Yeah.
interviewed
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
did.
She
one of my
did.
friends.
She was the one that said that. Then on the phone, she said, I can't talk to you anymore. This is the last time I'm going to say anything. And I
Yeah,
think that's where it all came
And she
out. That
said she
that
said
was
to
it.
Karen that I'm glad that you're working on this. So inner strength is right. Yeah, she talked to her, but she told Karen that she would not. This is the last conversation. I'm not talking about it with anybody. And I guess Karen's reaction was kind of visceral. I thought on her face, it was like I feel like a lot of us were like, "Wow, you're not going to say." And I understand
you might be
keeping.
scared. If somebody's got money,
Somebody else said that in the chat, and I'm wondering if that's it. Like, if somebody's going around offing old ladies, like, I don't want to be the
well,
next.
not even just that, but like if they know anything or they have any kind of suspicion about what I'm even saying that might be a theory, they might be scared that those people could easily do, not necessarily, unalive them, but make their life, heck. You know what I mean? Like come
Yes,
like
Mhm.
mess
Cindy
with
said
them in
it. This is my
all
last
different ways.
interview. That's what she said. Yeah, she
Yeah.
did, but ended up hanging up on Karen. That's correct. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It could be just, I mean, like you said, not that they would be taken out, but just life miserable and fearful.
Yeah.
And who needs that at any stage in life?
People can
Nobody.
be
Nobody deserves
vindictive.
that.
Even people without money can be vindictive. Like, I mean, I'm just like, and the thing is like, look at it's, even though it's, I have to say allegedly about the case too, but look at the Murdoch case. I mean, people say like, oh, I could never imagine something like, another family member doing something like that to another family member. It happens, and I'm not even saying that it's directly, I'm saying allegedly whatever, but I'm not even saying that it could be immediate.
Mhm.
It could be something went wrong that wasn't supposed to go wrong, and then they didn't just, that's happened too, where it's a whole lot easier to just come out and say what really happened. Be like, look, she
Yeah.
slipped, fell, hit her head in the garage or something like that. But instead,
Not with
you know,
reconnaissance, not with a month before reconnaissance. This was not an accident. Inner strength.
right.
No, we know you said it. Thank you for saying. I mean, we're trying to keep up with the chat and keep up with everybody and listen to Sikorsky at the same time. But yeah,
Sorry.
they're too scared. SOS said they're too scared to talk. Like you said, nobody wants to be the next. I think there's a lot of feelings involved, and I think it could be. It was also her first interview. Oh, really? I didn't catch that from the show. I didn't realize it was that lady's first interview. But
You
yeah,
know
she did.
what?
She hung up. Like Karen was like, "Hello, hello."
What's interesting is now that we've looked at, I mean, Nancy Guthrie's everyone's focus right now, just because it feels so solvable and like something's amiss, like we could figure this out. But we've looked at a lot of other cases, and our second show was the Springfield 3, and
Yeah.
it's kind of all y'all know. I mean, it's the same thing. It's the overwhelming issues are the same with every one of these. People are afraid to talk because someone's threatened them. It's like almost every one of these. Remember that was a reporter. She's a freelance reporter,
Yeah.
but she got boxed in by a motorcycle gang or whatever, and now you think it's a motorcycle gang, part of it. It's a different case, but it's kind of the same thing. And then you're like, no, you find out later that motorcycle gangs, they're warriors for justice, a lot of them, and they were not protecting her, but they were just telling her, stop looking into this because they know something.
She got
doesn't.
scared.
Yeah. So then she's in the middle of an interview and they asked her a question and she said, I can't answer that. And I thought, it's the same thing every time. There's similarities in all these.
Well, I think you have to be careful digging too deep when you don't have your own protection, you know? And like you said, maybe Savannah, maybe the family is just being really quiet because they've been asked to not say anything. But like to your point, I think the dream, the wish would be that they did have, some sort of spokesperson
Yeah.
that could keep us updated. And I think it's a very strange thing because I don't think any of us want, when I say any of us that care, not necessarily,
Yeah.
out boots on the ground searching around because I think those people are absolutely amazing. But I think we'd like to see a little more emotional attachment and gratitude to the public for keeping her alive and in their thoughts. And I think it becomes frustrating. I've heard numerous people say this. Stop asking for help when you won't tell us what we can help with. If you know something, say something. It's like you won't tell us a car. You won't tell us,
Give us something to go on,
throw us a bone here. Like, tell us a possible route or tell us a possible place. I think it's
Look how
become
long they have their
extremely,
car.
what's that?
Look how long they had their car.
I know
I
that we were
know.
just talking about that a few days ago. It's
I'm
like,
sorry, I hate to say it, but I mean,
Well, no, my brother-in-law said it too. He was like,
well, what he did say was interesting. He's like, well, when they take your car and they're doing a preliminary dusting of prints is one thing, but when they decide they want to take it apart, that's a different layer of requests and a different warrant system gets put into play, or however he worded it. And he said that could take 3 or 4 weeks just getting the paperwork ready to. And then they rip your car apart. Then they have to have it brought somewhere to put it back together because they're not good at that. So,
hey,
but the point is, why were they wanting to rip that car apart like that? Something told them to do that.
he said there had
They
to
don't
have been
just do
something in
that.
the initial search, right?
Yeah, he said
Yeah.
something made them dive
I
deep
don't.
into that car.
I'd hate to. I bring it up sometimes, and I'm sorry, Jen, but the freaking Casey Anthony trial. Like I've lived here in Florida for like 22 years. Okay, so it's like I
Yeah.
dealt with the
Yeah,
whole
I
darn thing.
remember
Don't
Casey
apologize for
Anthony's.
bringing it up.
I,
Yeah.
I lived literally. I could walk to the bank that they found her car at. That
Oh
she dumped
gosh.
her car and left her car. I mean, literally, it was walking distance from my apartment complex. And when they took her car, they didn't even do that to her car. You know.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
But yet they did that with their car. Like, I mean, they literally took it apart like a Lego set, and then
Yeah,
pieced it back together.
it was a pile of
And then
bolts.
they kept saying they're going to give it back, they're going to give it back, and then finally they gave it back. They had that car forever, you
I think
know.
it was almost 40 days.
Yeah, yeah, like that's like, I mean, come on.
Yeah, and vodka or Viodka said also the big white truck with no tags riding the area. There's been a lot of people talking about that in the chat, and I think I'm feeling naive. I knew that there was mention of a van or something like that in the neighborhood, and that somebody had talked to the person, but people tonight were saying no, it was actually Nancy talked to the person and said, "Why are you taking pictures of my house?"
What about the freaking that blip they showed of the
Thank you,
white car
Adam.
going really fast?
That what?
That footage. Remember that footage they showed that they released like a little while out, after everything, and it
Oh,
was
the
the
Kia
street.
Soul or something?
Yeah, like what about that? That was never talked about ever again, you know.
That's
And
what
I
I'm
mean,
getting at. Throw us a bone. Stop asking
I'm,
for help when you won't tell us anything.
Yeah, I
I'm,
was watching
and
the
I'm
little white cars that they caught on video or whatever, and then I'm like, wow, that's at the right time. And then they came out and said they had nothing to do with it. So I'm like, okay.
Oh, they found that car?
No, they didn't find the cars. They just said those videos of those white cars, they don't feel like it has anything to do with it.
I also remember Nanos actually saying something on like where he said they're going through hundreds of thousands of, and I was like, what? Like, I mean, it could be very well true, but that's just another one of those things where I'm like, why are they letting him talk? Like, why not just have the person that every law
Yeah.
enforcement
The
thing, and I'm not even
PIO?
trying to be a jerk. I'm just saying, like,
Chelsea's a 1, by the way.
No, it's
In my opinion, she's voting 1. Their family had something to do with it.
Sikorsky.
When you're talking for you, you know what I mean? Like, I mean,
I can't with Nanos. Like, stop telling me that the guy had a gambling problem and that's why he was fired. Like, it's part of like, I'm like, please,
good, Danny
please tell me it was not poker
D-Log.
because he has like the worst poker face on the planet. Every time he does an interview, I'm like, well, you just told us
he like
that it's the exact opposite of what you just said. I mean, I could be wrong, but I just feel like he constantly has tells in every single one of his interviews.
I feel like a department's big enough where they should have PIO or somebody that does the interviews on behalf of the department that's a professional interviewee, not him. I mean, and they can come out once a week and give us updates. I mean, we don't they don't owe us anything. Yeah, well, they don't owe us anything.
Podunk town and out there, but I mean, everybody knows, like, even like the smallest little police department, the police chief himself is going to be like, hey, Noreen,
right,
why don't you go out and talk to those people?
Exactly.
Like,
where the hell is Noreen?
I'm just saying,
they need a Noreen.
Come on, Nano should be like it should be assuming the role of what he wants to be, the Don, the sheriff guy. Why is he wasting his time? Making
He's
himself
the emperor in new clothes.
It's a horrible story.
You guys remember, like, a while back when they had that one press conference where the FBI was standing behind him and the cameras, if you watch the FBI guys, their faces, like when he was talking, they were like, you could slightly see it, where they were kind of like, oh my God, I can't believe, like, this guy, and then they get up there and talk, and you can totally pick up on that whole, if you have any information, call the FBI or call it was almost like this competition crap, and it's like, it just seems like just more noise, just more hoopla,
Well, I'm glad you
came on. Jimmy, thank you for being with us tonight.
Who left?
Jimmy.
Bye, Jim. Thank you so much for stopping by. Sorry we're going so late. I didn't think we would end up talking this much.
Well, we keep getting more followers.
I know people are asking
it's
more
now
questions.
Over 300.
Well, okay, so another question.
They like Sikorsky.
I know.
Better than us.
Who doesn't like Sikorsky?
I get around. I'm sorry. I get around.
I get it.
Well, thanks for spending so much time with us.
Yeah, no. I'm so glad now you came in. What were we talking about though? Oh, somebody mentioned the Circle K.
Yeah.
And did you see that they went there? I don't know if you're watching any of the live streamers, but I watched it live. They were like, we just got a tip that the FBI was at the Circle K. So they went right up there and asked, and they said, yeah, they were asking all sorts of questions, wanted to see videos. And Chris McDonough said that their thought is that it's because it has a coin-based machine inside, like you could, do coin purchases or I don't know. For what do you think on that? Either one of you?
I mean, the same as when what about way back? Remember when they were talking about how they went to the gun shops or the whatever,
shops, yeah.
And the guys, and the guy was like, yeah, they were asking us about this person and that person, and
that's what Alex was talking about.
Yeah.
One of those names is connected on that list.
Yeah, and then of course Nanos denied that too because it was true or it wasn't true, but yet that's the point of the PIO person, is to just literally stand there and go, I cannot answer any questions because this is an ongoing investigation. You know what I mean? They have a thing that they're told to say, that just, nope, I cannot, you know what I mean? Like, I mean,
well, at least it feels like it's giving us something though. We're all hungry for something. Yeah. And when Nanos would only give, one interview, a month to a local news reporter who apparently, I mean, look, I admire those people for even going in his office. I bet it's extremely frustrating. Having said that, you do wish that there was some sort of pushback in the conversation and in the interviews of, well, wait a minute, can you please explain that? The only reason I think there isn't, I strongly believe that they've been given instructions that you're not allowed to. And I feel like there's been a pre-approved list of questions and a very strict, agreement that they will not push back. That's my theory.
who do you think he has to answer to though? When he like, here's an example. I'm not trying to bring up other streamers on your platform,
Oh,
but
I don't
like
care. It's fine.
JLR, okay?
Yeah.
JLR had he was doing something the other night, and I popped in, I was watching him, and he was playing a portion of an interview with Nanos, and I
Mhm.
remember all of a sudden he paused it and was like, "Oh my gosh, did anybody just catch that?" And it was basically Nanos was talking about the ransom stuff, and he said that there was several arrests made.
Yeah.
And when he said that, JLR paused it and was like, "Did anybody else hear that?
Yeah.
Several arrests made? Hello? What?" And it's like, was he supposed to say that?
No.
So I mean, he
Obviously.
can't play poker.
You know?
So I'm trying to tell you.
That's a great analogy too. You bring up the gambling, the poker thing. That's what it is. Like, they're not lifting up the cards to show us because they don't
Well,
have to.
somebody is, and they were told to be quiet. It was Nanos. I think he was giving out too much information, and the FBI said enough. That's my theory. I don't know.
Or a certain, friend that a certain somebody called when everything first popped off, that person, you know,
And said be quiet.
Mark Schmelly or whatever, like that person
I knew you were
might
talking
have
about.
showed up with donuts and coffee and said, "You need to shut it up and get this wrapped up here, buddy. Let's wrap this up. Before it drags on any much longer." I mean,
It's insane. Well,
nobody knows.
last comment for the night on our fourth live. I can't thank you enough for coming on and talking.
Yeah, thank you so
I've been
much.
dying for somebody else to come on and get their opinion on this.
My last comment for the night is, please make sure you wash your hands and don't drink after your friends.
That's very good advice.
And take care of yourself.
Thank you so much, and good luck on your move. And just know that all of us feel you. There's nothing worse than moving. There really
I
isn't.
can't wait to see you guys on the next live and also on Patriot Pride's live. And for everybody that's in the chat tonight, please hit the like button on these guys'
thank
show.
you.
Oh, thank you.
Great. You guys are awesome. I really dig you guys a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We really appreciate that.
I'm gonna bounce out now, guys.
All right.
Thank
Good
you,
night,
Sikorsky.
Sikorsky.
Good to see you.
That was
Wow,
awesome.
she's really good. She's
I know.
just amazing.
Well, her history is just, her mom was a total badass. And I got to know her
Really?
through Patriot Pride. Yeah, her mom was military. She'll have to tell you the story another time. It's
I see her in all the chats
really amazing.
on all of the shows we watch.
Yeah, she comes from quite the cloth of strong women, it sounds like. So
You can tell she's very learned.
well, yeah. I just like when people really give their opinions freely. And again, this is a great place, and I really appreciate everybody that comes into our living room and opens up about cases like this, because I know it's very emotional, it's very sensitive. And having said that, if you haven't joined us before, I always like to end, or I'm making this a thing with us now. I like to end when there's something really stressful and taxing on our hearts and our brains with just a happy moment. So at the end of our series, before we say goodbye, we like to have one happy moment with you guys, and then we come back and we'll end the show. But I wanted to share this video that I found with you, or that I found, and I wanted to share it with you, and it just made me smile. This was done, I think, a year ago. They're anywhere between the ages of 12 and 14. And they are just incredibly talented. And probably a lot of you have already seen them, but I still want to share it.
Of course.
So thank you so much for coming on. You guys, that is so awesome. Yeah, and anybody that's new here that wants to join us again, we would love it. We would love for you to like and subscribe. And let me share this.
What days are we on? I can't even keep
We're
up.
doing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. And we're trying to respect our time watching other live streamers too, because we like their shows. But tomorrow I'm going to be on Patriot Pride. You can check their schedule and their live videos. We'll be on live. I'm going to be on. I was very honored to be asked to be on with Alex with Criminal Network and DeJuice and on with Adam and Mike. And we're going to be talking with Richard. Richard has asked for us to kind of open the night and answer.
Who else is going to be on the
questions.
panel tomorrow with that?
That's it. Just Adam, Mike, and me, and DeJuice and Alex. And I've been honored to be asked. So
Adam, and then Richard also.
Yep, and then Richard. Yeah.
That'll be interesting. We'll
Yeah.
see how that goes. And a lot of different thought processes through all of y'all too. So
Yeah.
we'll see how it goes. But yeah, how old are these kids again?
12, 13, and 14 is the age span.
I wish I could play like
I
this.
mean,
How about that? Make you feel
thank
good.
you so much for joining us. Thanks for coming into the TBX studio here in the Ozarks. We have enjoyed this entire evening. Wow, I did not expect it to go on this long. And I can't thank you enough for sharing your hearts, sharing your thoughts and theories. And we hope you join us tomorrow night on Patriot Pride. Check out their schedule. I believe it's 10 Eastern. And we'll be having another discussion there. But Glenn and I will be back here in the studio on Monday. So Monday evening. So check us out, 8 p.m. Central.
With something compelling.
Yeah, something
yet
compelling.
to be put together. We're
And
a little late.
We are so thankful for everybody joining us tonight. We hope you like and subscribe if you want to join us again. And we'll see you next time.
Thank you guys. We love you guys.
Good night.